Hello. I know you can't see anything just yet. The game is loading, and I guess it's not displaying just yet, but it is loading. I'm almost in. Any second now, it'll be on. So yeah, Chicken Grenade said, what's your end goal in terms of the last space elevator parts per minute? As I'm kind of basing my production around yours. Yeah, I hate to be this guy, but I don't know. I really have no idea even what the final parts are and how long they take. You know what? I'll just stick the B right. Oh, my microphone isn't on that screen. Yes, almost loaded in. It's almost done. I think when I'm streaming it takes longer. Okay, there we go. Hey, sorry about the black screen for so long. Yeah, so I don't know the final space elevator parts. I really just do not look ahead. I don't know why I'm so unique in that. I just feel like that's just the way the game is. It doesn't tell you anything ahead of what you're currently at if you search the directory and everything. So because of that, I don't know. You know, I've been winging it this whole way. I was thinking in the future, if I finish all the space elevator parts, maybe in the future I could do a series where I set goals and work all the way backwards. It's a bad way of explaining it, but if I knew that I needed, let's say I wanted 10 of whatever per minute for the 3 final parts, and then what does that require, and then work it all the way out to the very back, all the way to the beginning, and say this is the minimum you would need of everything to get to the final parts per minute to be 10 per minute or something like that. So maybe I'll do that in the future, and that will be a complete like beginner. Here's how I can hold your hand the whole way through and tell you start to finish all the recipes. But at the moment, I'm just going ahead and winging it. No, I don't use Facecam. I used to stream on Twitch, and I used Facecam there, but not. I just don't feel like on YouTube I don't have big reactions anyway. You're not missing anything. If you want to see my face, it's still there on Twitch. But I won't be doing that on YouTube, at least not for the foreseeable future. Any plans for building deeper in the northern forest? Again, here's another thing. See, there's a kind of an interesting issue with this game where a lot of people talk about the game, such as, you know, you mentioned the northern forest, you mentioned, people are mentioning, what about the final parts per minute? I can't see any of that stuff. I don't even know where the northern forest is, to be perfectly honest with you. You have to go, like, it doesn't tell you. The coordinates just say coordinates up here. It doesn't say the name of the biome anywhere. I did look it up before, so I was trying to name things, like, based on these places, because I just forget. So unless I've been there, I don't know what it is. So you could direct me where northern forest is. I'm assuming somewhere over here or something. I don't know. I know that they said they're planning on changing. I'm trying to keep up with what they say that they're doing. I just got back from a 10-day vacation. And this is really my first day back, actually. So today's stream, just to get a bit of focus, is going to be all about fixing this factory. So someone asked at the beginning, what needs fixing? It seems to be working pretty well. Yeah, not much time has played since the last episode, but I do notice that there's some machines that are stalling and not getting what they need. So there's obviously something wrong, and I thought it'd be fun to figure that out on the stream, fix it, get everything running properly, and also finish up some of the cosmetics for the factory. So we'll just head upstairs all the way. Don't know why I'm taking the stairs. I did build hypertubes a while ago. And we'll start debugging and figuring out what's going on. So yeah, in terms of like, because I don't look things up, or I haven't traditionally, so I'm not opposed to it or anything, but I don't like to spoil too much of what I'm doing. I've just kind of plucked a number out of the air that feels good, and that's typically taken me where I need to go. So you don't, you know, I initially for this place I was like, oh, we're gonna do like, I think it was 16 modular frames, or heavy modular frames, and then I just doubled it up to 32, and then I was able to produce a bunch of fused frames as well, relatively easily. So I kind of just pulled a number out of my ass, effectively, and I'm sure. And then people were like, 16, that's way too much. And then other people were like, you know, that's a pretty good amount. So I don't know yet. I don't even know what I'll need them for. I think fused modular frames are used for something that's coming later. It's either the nuclear pasta, or it's one other thing that I don't know the name of, because I can't see it yet. Until we do the milestones, I just can't see it. So I haven't gone and looked ahead. Alright, I'm just going to go to the very top, and we'll have a look at these machines, and we'll see what is and what isn't working. Actually, let me just take the hypertubes, and that'll be a better way of doing it. Are questions about other games allowed? Yep, absolutely. Fire away. I'll try to do the best to read as much chat as possible, but I found in my first little test stream of this game, a few weeks ago, I did a test stream of this game and one of Anno. I could sit here and just talk with you guys for ages and not do anything, so forgive me if if some questions just aren't really relevant. I might just keep moving, you know, and keep playing the game and so on and so forth. Okay, so I'm building a desert fortress factory. I'll send you the build in your Discord. Yeah, that's the other thing. My Discord is now open to everyone. You don't have to be a channel member to get into it. So it's public. Making it public because I'm not doing Twitch anymore. So I felt let's just make it public. Anybody can join discord.gg/WDP. And when update 8 comes out, I'll be running a multiplayer server in there. To get into the server, you'll probably have to be a channel member because I imagine a lot of people are going to want to do it. So obviously it's got a limit of how many players you can really have in there. So that feels like something that's and I have to pay for it as well. So it seems appropriate to kind of, what's the word, like paygate that. Yeah. Alright, so here's my... I also have an Excel sheet to help guide me through this place that I used to initially plan it. Here's all the heavy modular frame manufacturers. 100%, although we're seeing some over there with flickering yellow lights, so let's see what's going on. And then work our way down. Yeah, 37% productivity, so there's obviously something wrong. Looks like we're not getting enough modular frames, and concrete is kind of low. So I'll probably run back downstairs and work on the concrete. We'll have a look at the fused frames coming out now. As far as I know, the fused frames are all at 100%. They've got no problem right now. Every one of these machines are all 100%, but the excess heavy modular frames I wanted to produce and keep to the side, you know, this factory is doing both. It's not like all of these are going into these. I think half of them are, and half of them are going into a box that we're collecting. So we are making enough to sustain the fused frames, but I'm not making enough to kind of hit the target I had of heavy modular frames, which we'll need for other things, just such as building and perhaps sending somewhere else in the future. So yeah, we're going to go work it out and see what's going on, and then we can start to maybe dress the place up a bit if we figure out, get everything running smoothly. So I want to go downstairs. We're on floor 7, head to floor 6. Blue numbered floors are the logistical floors, red are the main floors where we walk around. My Embasis storyline is not progressing. Yeah, there's a commonly reported bug, I think, to do with the Embasis story not working. I don't know the fix for it, unfortunately, but I do see people say that a lot on Ubisoft forums and stuff. So I can't help you, but I'd say Google it, and Reddit might give you the answer, because I feel like people have been posting it on Reddit quite a bit. Unfortunately, I don't know the workaround or the fix. I think some people say you just have to go back to an older save. I don't know, though, for sure. Alright, so this is where we're getting heavy modular frames, and this is where we're getting the fused frames. And we're backed up with heavy modular frames as we'd expect on both these lines, which is why some extras are still going in there. So we are producing extras, just not enough. Alright, I'm going to go down to the concrete floor and work out what's going on then. So we need to get to floor 2. Oh yeah, I've got music I can put on as well. I forgot about that. Just bear with me. Okay. Comments on a central storage? Never really felt the need for one. I mean, maybe eventually, but at the moment I just really don't feel like I need that. When's the next episode? Consider this the next episode for now. I don't know. And hey, Bitmark. I don't think I would ever catch up on the current Satisfactory series, but I'm here. But here I am, fully caught up. Oh, nice. Cool. Thanks, Abigail. What's my Discord? Discord.gg/WDP. So, I just got back from a trip with some friends. So basically I had a 10-day vacation. Friends from the US kind of came over to visit me. And it was a great time and everything. And I'm just getting back into the swing of things now. But unfortunately, because due to a family issue, one of my parents had to go to hospital recently. They're okay, but I'm going to go over to Ireland and check on them for a while and help around the house and stuff. And because I'm from Ireland. So I'll be doing that for a little while. So just until after that, I'm talking about 2 weeks' time, then I'm going to be much more sure of a schedule, you know, a regular stream schedule, and also hopefully get that multiplayer server up and running, promote the Discord a lot more, get people in, and yeah, try to grow a community for this game and for Anno and anything else I end up playing as well. Alright, I'm going to check on what's going on down here. So this is underneath the concrete, this is the wire refineries. Yeah, sorry, the copper refineries and the concrete refineries. So we can see the number of belts. So I know one of the issues already. I'll take you upstairs and we'll diagnose it, just so I can show you what's going on, and then we'll get to building. Started watching from episode 9. Yeah, it's crazy. It's actually been a while. I've been quite slow with them because it does take a lot of time. But I've also got other series and I had other things going on like Twitch and stuff, which I don't do anymore. So I should, in theory, be able to do more videos or at least more streams here. Overall, more content for Satisfactory and for Anno, and then hopefully I want to introduce another game into the rotation. Alright, so this is the one that was set to 80%. Can't access it. And it's currently running at 95%. It looks like it has enough limestone and water now. There was a water issue, but I think it's going to go up to 100. It seems to be okay. The problem here is that the way the belts are divided underneath, I've logistically assumed that this was the one at 80%, not the end one. So we're going to have to fix that, because one of these machines aren't going to be getting the correct amount of concrete. So this little belt here goes all the way out really far off the factory, and it just carries in 96 concrete into one machine. That's it. And it's supposed to be going to the one that's like underclocked or overclocked. Alex, appreciate the channel membership. Thank you very much. Alright, so what I'm gonna do instead is try to put this one on the very end. And yeah, hopefully that should be correct for concrete, because that should... I guess one more time, we'll just have a look at the percentages of those machines, just to know exactly what's going on with them. So that's at 80%, 100%. Yeah, it's not getting enough. Should be at 100%. It's kind of coming up though. But yeah, I do remember logging that as an issue, and some people in the comments mentioned that I hooked the belt up wrong. I'm gonna turn up the music again. It's really quiet. Man, I feel so rusty coming back here. Haven't played the games properly in like 10 days. Alright, I wanted to say hi. Started playing Satisfactory and Anno largely in part on your playthrough. Hey, appreciate that, Ken. Hope you're enjoying them. Do you want to start a Oh, I do. I'm very tempted to. I've been thinking about it, but it's another one of those games where it'll be a very long-form game. I can only have so many of these on the go at the same time. Although maybe Minecraft would be a bit different. I could have that more as a chill, maybe 2 or 3 a week kind of thing. I don't have to put so much time into things. I'm not that great at building in Minecraft, though. That's the thing. Anyway, excited for Railway Empires 2. Kind of. I played the first one. I really enjoyed it. And I remember it was one of the early games I reviewed when I decided to go full-time on YouTube. And I really liked it. So, yeah, I'll be checking it out. I actually haven't seen really anything about it other than I know that it is coming. Alright, sorry, I just wanted to make sure on something. Yeah, so some of them are flickering yellow. So, here's the plan. I guess we could fly for this. Plan is to... This 96 that's coming in here, I'm going to shift it down to the very one on the end, and then redistribute the concrete on these belts to be correct. It's probably a little too awkward to explain how or why this is supposed to be working the way it is, but just trust me, this needs to be done. There's a concrete deficit going on that we got to fix. So, I'll cut this away. Yep. And then just cut this away and just continue this line out. Yeah, we can do this. So it's got to be a belt of 2, because it's 96. Drag this all the way out to its little buddy. What's the benefit of being a senator in the member thing? It's nothing really. Just a better title on Discord if you care about that, like a higher rank. But everyone gets everything the same at the moment. If it ever changes or there's a priority for higher tiers or anything, I'd let people know. But it's really, if you want to just be a member of any kind, Tier 1 is the way to go. Cheapest option. If you want to just support more, you can just give more. It's really just up to you. That's Mark 1. We need it to be Mark 2. Alright, so that's now sending 96 up to number 17. So machine 17 is getting its 96. Now the water shouldn't have to change. I overfilled the pipes. So that shouldn't be a problem. So that should be okay. But it does mean that this one on the end now is cut off. So we're just going to fly upstairs really quickly and check the amounts that these machines are supposed to be taking. I think it's 600. 120 limestone. And there should be 5 of them. 120 limestone. This one... Have I done this right? Yeah, I've done this right. So Oh yeah, so here was the issue. This was the one I was underclocking, but I wasn't set, and it was supposed to be receiving 96 limestone from that singular belt that we just hooked up. So now it is. Now it requires 96, it has a belt of 96, it should get to 100% and stay consistent going forward. So we should see that kind of come up. And then we'll trace this and see where it's going. We also have to figure out some of the other issues with steel. This one still needs to be hooked up, right? We haven't hooked it up yet. We'll keep it at 100%. And it does need to go into 5, which means it's a belt of 600. And this is basically where it would have to be. It's got to come from this. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that belt does end there. Yes, so we cut this one. And we cut this one. And then we're going to add in the splitters here instead. Just get rid of this for a moment. Quite laggy in here while I'm streaming, actually. It's normally just pretty much 100%, but it's yeah, pretty laggy actually. Dipping to about 30 FPS. Alright, and in you go. Alright, so that's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all on one belt, which means that's 600 concrete going up evenly. Mark 2. Just cut this away. I'll have to redo some of these signs. And then the very last thing is the other 600 concrete that's coming up from here. So why 600? 600 is the max you can get out of a miner, right? You fully overclock a Mark II miner, it's on a pure node, you get 600. Our belts take 780, but 600 is the best we can do. So this needs to loop around to go into there now. So let's just do that. I'll just get rid of these two. And then just once I've got this in place, I'll just catch up on my chat. So maybe about there. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hey, thanks Chicken Grenade for becoming a tribune. Let's slot in nicely. Not really. 1, 2. Just raise it. Alright, so that goes in there. So it was previously joining from here. Now it'll join from here. Get rid of anything that's in the way. Alright, so that's the 600 concrete flowing again. I'm gonna get rid of anything that's just kind of standing out in the way. And then it just needs to be fed up. So that should give us the numbers I'm looking for anyway, right here. You can also just paint these just to make it the same as it was before. Okay. Yeah, so this says 576. That's not true anymore. So it's... Yeah, it's... okay. 12 to 16, I think? Just need to have this right, otherwise I'll forget. So 12 to 16, and we're doing... Its input is 600. It's looking for 600. That's fine. The number 17 would be on the end. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of signs to update. I'll have to just do that on my own. I'm just going to make a note of it. I've got a notepad next to me. I just want to write some of these things down. So, update concrete refinery signs. Alright, let me catch up on some chat. Do you know Total Clips? Total X Clips? I know of his channel. I don't know him personally. I've never talked with him or sent him any messages or anything, yeah. Hey, Scuba. Scuba, I was trying to find your... See, Bitmark's YouTube channel was easy to find because he's the same avatar. So I wasn't able to make you a mod because I wasn't sure. 2 if I Can't Scubas came up with just the default no avatar. So I could do it after the stream, but unfortunately you'll have to go without being a mod for today. Unless Bitmark knows how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I have to go through the back end of YouTube again. Me and my daughter have restarted playing again, never getting past tier 4 until we started watching you. I've smashed your series. Got up within a week. Awesome. That's great to hear. Yeah, I find setting little goals, you know, people seem to really like the fact that, you know, I have that to-do list on the right-hand side. Setting smaller, doable goals and just sticking with the one thing and not going like, oh, I'm going to run over here and do this now just because you're in front of it. It really, really helps get stuff done. And then you're like, look, no matter what, a to-do list, just sticking with one specific thing, I feel like helps power through things the more and more complex it gets, because it is really overwhelming as you go later and later into it. But so far so good. People thought this would be a really complex one, but I feel like I organized it fairly well. I'm just checking the productivity amounts of these. They seem to be creeping up now. We should see them all get to 100%, which means concrete should flow out correctly. The one thing I was a little worried about, and the reason I did it this way and I didn't just, you know, I changed how the belts work rather than just underclocking this instead. And the reason for that was mostly to do with this big exchange that I have going on down here. The outputs should be the same, I think, to divide everything. I'm just going to wait for that autosave. The to-do list defo helps, otherwise you get... Yeah, totally. What are your thoughts about using drones instead of trains to move materials from one base to another? That's an area of the game I'm not too familiar with yet, so something that I need to do... The next thing that I'll be working on is computer factory. So I had a computer factory, but we tore it down, or I've decommissioned it. It was kind of out here. And there's a train just sitting inside of it actually now. So it's decommissioned. So the next thing I need to do is really just get a computer factory and supercomputer factory up together. Then I'll probably tackle sulfur so that we can make batteries and get drones running. Now, what I was thinking of doing, I don't know what other YouTubers do, and I obviously don't know the meta of the game. I don't even look ahead, so I really don't know. I genuinely just tell you people that because I just don't. But what I've noticed is uranium is only in 3 spots on the map that I can see. And it seems to me that they're all really spaced out. And obviously nuclear is something that we're working towards. It stands to reason that drones seem like a good idea to move uranium around. If not the raw material, one of the first refinement processes of it. That's what I feel like I'll probably use drones for. I don't think they make economic sense moving a lot of stuff around, which is why having a map with just 3 deposits of something seems like that is what it's for. Especially since it's hazardous. You can't be near it. Making it fly in the air, and it makes it... Seems like it makes sense. You don't have the option to make scuba mud. Yeah, I can definitely do it afterwards, now that I can see that his icon doesn't have a picture. The other guy did have a picture. Or Scuba could just make a picture and put it up there, and I'll know in future. So hopefully that answers the question about drones. Drones are one of the worst ways to move things in big numbers. Yeah, that's just what it seemed like. It was like, oh my god, batteries seem pretty intense to use and to make just to move something. So it seems like you'd almost want to be moving fused frames, like something that's an end product rather than a raw material. So again, I don't know much about nuclear because we haven't got there. People have been warning me a lot, like, be careful, you can ruin places and factories with the waste. Maybe setting up a drone factory that can move some of that hazardous stuff would make sense. I think so anyway. Alright, so I was just kind of stalling there for a minute because I just want to see those productivity numbers come up. This one's stalled. So sometimes they'll stall because they actually can't send their stuff out. This is like full, so I think that's also part of it. Let's just take this out of here, let it kind of bring itself back up. I'm just going to check these machines now. Alright, so that's one kind of layer done, right? That's the concrete layer, and the... Yeah, let's just take some of this out. Clear up these machines so their productivity numbers can get a bit better. What was in that one? Yep, as long as the there's nothing backed up, I'm happy to do this. And then we'll see what happens from there. Okay, cool. So that hopefully fixes one little problem. I'm just going to get rid of this to-do list. We don't have a to-do list for today. It's just making sure everything's running at 100%. Alright, now I did check these actually just before. And these are all running at 100, but I've noticed that there seems to be a shortfall of wire somewhere. So maybe my numbers are off. So let's just check that. I'm just going to open up my Excel sheet and see what the initial numbers were. So I needed 426 wire to go into assemblers upstairs. So they need 426 wire was my target. So I'm just going to look at the assembler machines. We're going to count it up and see if I got that number right, and then see if we're delivering on that. Thanks very much, Tim, by the way. Appreciate the channel memberships. So the floor above. Something I really need to do is say which floor we're even on. I'm on construction and refinement, so yeah. So 3. Can I not get to 3 from here? Oh, that might be a mistake of mine. No, I'm on 3. That's probably why. Yep. Assembly is where I'm heading. Alright. So, we gotta look at the ones that are doing basically reinforced iron plates, but they're using a recipe for wire and iron plates together. So here we are. So yeah, you can see there's a shortfall of wire. Something's not getting here. So on my Excel sheet, I had listed 11 machines. Well, 12 machines with one underclocked. So let me count how many we've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I don't know if I've underclocked one. Maybe that's the issue. That's 100%. Normally, if I ever do, it's usually the ones at the end. So I'm just going to check if any of these... Oh yeah, they'd have a white light, wouldn't they? Even if they're underclocked. Well, there we go. We found the issue. It seems like the reason they're suffering is because one of them needs to be turned down to 37%. That should balance things. So hopefully we'll see this wire not sputtering, and we can check back on these machines in a bit and see if the numbers have come back up. Alright? This is a very granular episode where it's like, if you didn't watch the last one, you won't know what's going on. As we troubleshoot, debug, and try to fix these machines. I'll just give it a second. Catch my chat. What's my new... Yeah, I don't know. What do you think it should be? What's my target for computers? I don't know. That is one I could look into. I just haven't planned ahead yet. I haven't, because I was away. But I need supercomputers and I need computers. So I'm going to have to figure out like a number in mind for what that should be. I guess it's also sort of based on whatever materials are available and where I decide to build it. This truck is out of fuel. I might have to run down there and give it to it. There's one truck on the map that I manually fill. And not the truck specifically, but the station that it goes to. I just haven't automated it yet. It makes screws. We don't really use screws for anything. The great thing with this place, this is a heavy modular frame factory and a fused frame factory, and it uses no screws. 1 billion computers, says Bitmark. Probably not 1 billion. It would probably be something like, I don't know, 50. Excuse me. Am I 4X fan? Yeah, people have been telling me that's a really... It's supposed to be really, really good. Age of Wonders 4. I was watching a little bit this morning from the Twitch streamer Nerd Rage Fred. I was watching him play it a little bit. It does look good. I haven't seen significant amount of... I've probably seen at most 15 minutes of gameplay, so it's hard to tell, obviously, based on that. I do like 4X games, but it's just one of these things where I just don't have the time for bigger and bigger games. The great thing about strategy games, I love strategy games. They're awesome. But a real problem I had when I first set up my channel was reviewing strategy games. I was like, these games take such a huge amount of time. Like, think how long it takes. If you really wanted to be a good reviewer, in my opinion, and reviewed 2 games a week even, just 2, that's like... I don't know, let's say you've got 10 hours a day even just to play the thing. That's, you know, you can get 20 hours, maybe 30 in a week. You can put down 30 hours into a game in a week. Then you got to write and edit the review and get one out. It's really difficult, man. And some games just take you longer than that to get through things. Like, imagine trying to understand and relay and tell people if it's good in a nuanced and in-depth way, like Civilization. It's like, oh, I only played it for 20 hours. It's like, I feel like, at least to me, you need to go a little deeper than that and play like different civilizations and really understand and relay things back. So anyway, long story short is I think I would like to play it. I just do not currently have the time, but I am looking for the potential of doing a new series. I just don't know what that game is going to be yet, and I'm ideally looking for one that would be a game that's maybe I can just record and play without having to do all this pre-planning, because I do a lot of pre-planning for this. I mean, I'm currently at 347 hours. And we're at episode 55. Each episode is roughly an hour, so just you do the math. You know, I've put a lot of time into this off screen. And some people say like, oh, you know, I wish you wouldn't do stuff off screen. It's like, well, we'd be on episode 350 then. So I don't know. That doesn't seem realistic. All right, so I'm looking at numbers and they seem to be 100%. So I'm going to run back upstairs and see, I don't know, just try to see what else is going on. Well, they're at 100. This is at 4. Oh, yeah. So we should have the right amount of reinforced plates coming in now. It might take a little while to get here. Actually, I'll take these and just give you some back because I need some for belts. Let's go downstairs and I guess follow this along and see if all these are dividing correctly. They should be. So these are RP 1 to 12. Reinforced plates 1 to 12. Oh, yeah. So because I've just changed this is now operating at 37.78%. Just mark that so we always know. Alright, 37.78%. Hey, Alexander Anderson, thank you very much. That was a super chat, but no message. Appreciate that, thank you. I'm pretty frustrated. I found your playthrough about a month ago and binged the whole thing. I enjoyed it so much and went to find another one to watch, and hey, I appreciate that. Well, channels that are much bigger than mine and I think probably better would be I'm Gibbets. He does quicker videos, so he wouldn't go as in-depth with individual, like spending a long time doing something, but he probably doesn't waste your time as much in some ways. He kind of just shows you like, okay, here's the goal, like here's what we want to do, here was the biggest challenge I had to overcome, and then here's the result. And you know, a lot of people like that. He's a big channel. I think within a day, 24 hours, it's like 100,000 views or something. Total X Clips as well is another one that's a real popular channel. I don't know if he does Let's Plays or not. But yeah. But I appreciate the kind words. Age of Wonders 4 Let's Play could be really fun and narrative driven. You basically make your own hero to his or her own journey to something greater. It would be right up your alley. Yeah, I was looking at it. I really like the UI and stuff. It looks very clean. My health is doing a lot better now. Yeah, I've been really good actually lately. No issues. Everything good. Yeah, I think it was like episode 30 or something. I had that weird brain thing. Or maybe I was just stressed and tired and it just had a weird day, I guess. But yeah, they didn't find anything wrong, luckily, and I haven't had the issue since. I just had a holiday. I went to Rome. It was really nice. I only went for 3 days, and then I had friends here for like 7 before that, and it was great. It just had a really nice, relaxing time. So I'm feeling really recharged and ready to get back into things, basically. I am stalling for time a little bit, because I'm just waiting for the machines to get a little bit more backfilled before I can check them. But we'll head downstairs to check on them now. So we need to go to our blue line. Alright. I'm going to check on those reinforced plates. All your prep work is really appreciated. This has been such a good series. Thank you, Ryan. You could make a second channel, upload all the off-camera there. I guess so. I don't know. There's something... What I like to do... I guess... So it is at 350 hours. Something that I do like to do, though, for me personally, is I put on a podcast, and I just get to work building, like, the outer shell of a building. I'm not happy with it. I tear it all down. That kind of thing. So I feel like it'd still be a lot of talking and rendering time and uploading time. You know, it does come at an extra cost as well if you choose to make everything into videos. But that's why I like the idea of just adding on streams now, like where we can really dive into things and people can ask me if you want to know. A lot of people say like, oh, I missed the exact layout of something. If we ever get them people on stream that are wondering, it's like, yeah, we could count it out. Like, you know, let's figure it out. I'll try to help people with things that they have questions about. So I think the streams might be a nice middle ground to tackle that. Oh, you want to see what happens in between stuff. So I'm seeing a lot of wire coming in. Looks good. The wire was a problem downstairs. We should be making enough of it now to feed the machines now that we've underclocked the one on the end. I'm hoping that our reinforced iron plates are coming out correctly. That was the only issue there. And the reinforced iron plates, let's follow where they are supposed to go. So that's the blue is input, red is output. So there's the plates. Now purple means it's going from an output to an input. So RP 1 to 12 produces 64. This is split 4 ways starting here. Thanks, Past Darn. That's good info. So it goes into modular frames 1 to 32. So we noticed that modular frames were lacking when we went upstairs. They should be getting there. So how much is it? It's split into 64 is split 4 ways. 16. So it goes into this splitter and then into this splitter. And this one doesn't get into it just takes a right turn. Okay, it's not actually being split. Oh, it is. Oh, that could be an issue. We have a line of 64 and then it goes 32. And that 32 then goes into 16 and 16. Yeah, that's okay. And then this 32 goes into 16 and then 16 and then just turns. Yeah, okay, so that's correct as well. That's good. Yep, so 16 to all those machines. The pipes seem to be totally fine, the steel pipes. Alright, hopefully that should solve it. I don't see an issue. We'll head upstairs. See if that's going to mean that we're making enough modular frames now. Yeah, the lights are flickering. It'll take a little while for it to get backfilled. But I think once it does, that should be 1 to 1. Alright, let's head upstairs to see how many of these things we've made now. Crusader Kings 3 is the game to go to. Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of Crusader Kings 3. I really like it. The issue I have there, I'd like to do a series with that, maybe. I think I could do it really well. At least I think so. But one big detractor of it is I don't know anything about the history of the time period. Like, I don't know anything. It might as well be a fantasy period. And then the other thing is, I don't really have that much interest in medieval history. I love the game, and I like playing it, but I feel like because I don't have that historical frame of reference, and because I also just don't care to know, like if people are trying to tell me about I don't know, France in the 1500s, like I don't care, just to be quite honest. But I really love, you know, starting out as a count, working my way up to like an emperor, creating my own empire, naming it, dividing it, having all that stuff happen, the intrigue between people. Love it. Love it. Love realistic games and games set in the real world. But I just think people might get kind of sick of me, if I maybe neglect that part of the game, because I do think it attracts people that are really into history, and you wouldn't get that from my playthrough, I suppose. But maybe it wouldn't be that good. I don't know. Also, it's a long. By the way, thank you very much. I'll read that in just 1 second, Alexander. But it's so I used to review games for a channel, Republic of Play. That was my first YouTube channel, or technically my second, my first full-time YouTube channel. And I actually got blacklisted by Paradox Interactive because I broke an embargo. And I didn't mean to. It was an accident. But I did do it. So they've been quite unhappy with me since then. It's a really long story for numerous reasons, but I am telling the truth. I never meant anything malicious to them. I was around when Imperator Rome came out, and then I accidentally broke that embargo. I didn't think I was breaking it at the time. Anyway, when I did break it, later on, I just broke it by typing in my Discord. It wasn't like I made a video or something. But later on, I made a review of the game, and I just said it was really bad, and I just think that really put them off. So I haven't dealt with Paradox since then. And so a game like Age of Wonders, Crusader Kings, as much as I'd like to do it on the channel, and I could do it obviously now, I'll always be behind the curve for all the YouTubers and stuff that get that early. And that is just a factor for some channel of my size in deciding when to do a new series. Because it's like, well, you're ultimately going in, you know, if you're playing something from day one that everyone else is getting at day one, that's great. But if you know that there's already channels established for all this stuff, a real uphill battle to carve out a niche. I managed to kind of do that with Satisfactory, just because it's a game I really love. So I was able to just start playing it when an update came out and just tell people, hey, I just really love this game. I want to start a series now, and I got lucky, and it did really well. And the same with Anno. I didn't play Anno the day it came out. I played it like maybe a year later, and the series got like 1 million views. So I got lucky with that. So you never know. You might just get lucky. I'm a huge fan of Stellaris. Like, I still really like Stellaris. So never say never, but it is a factor, like I said. So I'm waiting for that number to come up. Right, let's read what Alexander said. He dropped a super chat of $10. Appreciate that. If you do use drones, use them in a small number, like 5 to 10. If you use more, they'll bog down your game a lot. But it's up to you. Love the work that you put into your videos. Appreciate that, Alexander. Thanks very much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, interesting. I've seen that they can cause a fair bit of lag. I've got a pretty beefy PC. I would hope it's okay. And then with Unreal 5 coming to the game with update 8, maybe it'll be okay. But I'll bear that in mind either way. Like I said, I think I'll definitely start a smaller operation first with them. So the next factories I'm going to do is definitely computers, then probably then combine it with like supercomputers, but then work on uranium, or no, sorry, work on sulfur for batteries and things like that. Alright, so what I'm going to do is take a journey down to the bottom of the map while I wait to see how these get on after they produce some stuff for a while. And then I can read the chat a little bit better. Just take this out. And I'll just give it a few minutes while we're on the train, back and forth, to see how it does. And then we can assess any further issues and continue. And if there is no issues, then we will just build maybe how it looks. Not really massive fan of how this place is looking. It's fine. I feel like I'm out of ideas in terms of how to make things look good, and I'm always wowed consistently by how other people do their factories. Alright. Let's just automate this and get it to take me down somewhere. Alrighty. Anyways, let me catch that. Yeah, I allegedly broke it. Indeed. Watch your channel for some time now, and just wanted to say I'm happy to catch you live. Thanks, a flicker from beyond. Appreciate all the kind words. My PC is just in the storage unit, but watching you play makes me want to go and pack it. Do it, man. Get a laptop or something. I actually noticed that the game works on Steam Deck. I had an issue with my Steam Deck recently, but when I got it back from Valve, it was great, you know, to play it on the plane on the trip to Rome, and it's just, I don't know, it's really nice. But I was tempted. I saw Satisfactory was in the library, and it says like it kind of works. So I was like, and you could just cloud save everything, play it on the go, and then resume it at home. Let's game it out if you want to see what happens to your. No, I've seen, yeah, I've seen a couple of his clips and videos. Your factory looks so much better than my average. I know, but see, I got to compare myself to the other YouTubers out there and the other people that make like great videos. I do see that people just post like spaghetti factories and there's no organization stuff. I couldn't do that. I'm too OCD where I'd need it to be organized. But I do think you need it to be organized if you really want to make it to the end game, because things get so complicated. Like if you revisit an area and you just don't know what's happening, you'll just give up. I think a lot of people will anyway. I'm just gonna turn the game down a bit. It's quite loud, obviously, when I'm in the train. But thanks for the kind words. Ultimately, mine are just giant rectangles most of the time, made out of concrete with some windows. You know, I don't do anything terribly fancy. But seeing people use like diagonal painted beams and curved walls and stuff, I'm like, yeah, that looks really, really sick. Hey, Short Circuit. Works great on deck. Just wish I had better. Yeah, that seems to be the main reason it's not like fully verified. It's you got to use the. It doesn't really work with it. Well, I think it can work with the analogs, but people, I think, mostly use the touchpad with it. What would you say is your favorite part of Satisfactory? It's a bit of a lame answer in a way, but it's kind of just like the graphics. The graphics and the animations of like the machines and stuff is the big draw of the game, at least to me. Because I would say that Factorio is probably the better logistics game, generally speaking. Like, there's a bit more to do in it. It's an infinite world. There's also the tower defense aspect. So I do feel like Factorio's got a leg up in many ways, but the 3D nature of this game, and it's just really nice atmosphere and the nice detail on things. The animations of machines when they're all working, the noises that they make, like riding trains and stuff like that. Like, it just feels a lot better, obviously in first person and in a 3D environment. So I'm saying just the graphics, but it's also a gameplay element, right? You're building tall. So it's also that, it's got that component to it as well. Things feel more lifelike and realistic. It's like, yeah, I can picture like building a real factory. I was meant to actually go back over there, sorry. I had to get the fuel to put it in the truck, that's why we're here. So that would be the biggest draw for me. It's like the 3D nature of the game, the building tall aspects. Those are probably the main two. Do you have a master storage area? When you need to fill your inventory to build a factory, do you have to run to each of your individual buildings? Yes, I have to run to my different factories. It's pretty rare that I feel like I have to do that, though. Let me just get rid of this. So those are all my factories. And then these ones are like the worker, the certain areas where there's like mining operations stuff. My old processing plant is probably the factory I have to go to the most, because there's just so much stuff there that I grab. It's like, it's got pretty much everything that you can get from oil. Aluminum as well. So they're pretty close together. Because aluminum has all the silica, quartz. I typically run between these two the most. It's pretty rare that I gotta come down here. Sometimes I'll come down here to get steel. I just load a... normally what I do between episodes is I put down a train. This is what I do. In between episodes, I put down a train with like 6 carriages. And I just load each carriage. And I take it to the next building site that I'm going to go to. So one is just completely full of steel beams. One's full of concrete. One's full of, you know, silica. I bring some quartz crystal with me. And that's usually it. I haven't found myself running around too much. People do seem to say that like that's a major... thing that like complaint for them. Quite rare that I have to do that. Like the only reason I left the factory now is because I wanted to. There's a truck out there that needs fuel, because it's the one truck I haven't automated, and my fuel is here, so I'll just grab that. But I agree. A master storage area is obviously convenient. I just don't think the time I would put into it is really worth, at the moment, the time I would save. Actually, I need more than that, don't I? 2 isn't enough. I'll just take as much as I can with me. But everyone seems to do it. I'm definitely seem to be in the minority with saying, like, I just don't really feel like I need it right now. God, I'm being crazy. Let's just empty some of my inventory in here. There we go. Just take this with me. Drop this in the truck out there, and then we can leave this place. I also like driving around. Sometimes just hopping in an Explorer or a truck. It's kind of fun. Yeah, I do have plans to finish all these factories. The idea is to do a lot of the finishing the factories on streams. It's just, yeah, my schedule's been crazy lately, but it's all going to normalize soon enough. Definitely this month, it'll all normalize. I'll have a much more predictable schedule and be able to dedicate streams to being like, let's finish that transport hub. You know, it's not done. Let's finish the screw factory. It's got an open roof. Let's finish the aluminum factory. It's got the back of it's just not finished yet. The logistics are all in place, but because time is precious, I often just move on to the next factory rather than spend that much time working on things. The aesthetics, that is. But I feel like the streams are a good way to like diagnose little issues, fix like those little things I leave behind, talk with you guys, and get some maybe advice or info about like maybe what I should be doing next, that kind of thing. Seems like a good way to mix it. And then the idea is that I just do one Satisfactory stream per week, maybe 3 or 4 hours. All right, there we go. Now, there's something else gone wrong here. Oh, did I just leave a train up there? Seems to be a train stuck up there. I'll catch my chat in just once I hop back in that train, I'll answer those questions. Almost heading back now. Thanks, Alexander. And you too. Alright, we good? Good. Alright. That thing flies... I feel like that flies lower than I remember. Oh, do I not have a way up here? I don't think I do. Not properly, anyway. I made a little opening back... See, this is why this place isn't finished. It needs just a stairwell. There's a stairwell on this side. Let me read. So... You didn't get lucky with it. You produced... Hey, I appreciate that. Chris? Sometimes I think that to myself, but I don't know. Yeah, here we are. It says there was a train that stalled here. I don't really know why that would be, unless I did just leave. Oh yeah, and that's where I made the drone port. Yeah, the idea was that this would have a 3rd floor where it's like a series of drone ports, because it's supposed to be like a localized transport hub. Oh, the train's actually inside and confused. I'm confused. Oh, yeah. I just got off it. I didn't take it away. I see. Oh, yeah. Alright, cool. You can just get out of here then. I'll just throw it down actually and just ride it back. Alright, so edit the timetable. Do I need anything else? Silica maybe? We could go to the aluminum factory maybe just really quickly. Alright, we're off. So, let me catch the chat. The graphics have always blown me away about this game, especially being... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. One of my friends just started playing a few months ago, and one of the things I told him when he asked me for advice was staying clean and organized. Yes, indeed. I missed that last bit of it. He didn't. Oh, no. He gave up at aluminum. That's what happens. Also, people giving up is an interesting thing, because you don't lose any time or progress. Just delete everything and rebuild it, you know? I always find it strange in some ways when people say they want to start over. It's like, just continue. You don't have to give up. Just delete things. And that way you at least get stuff back, and it's not so daunting. I know there's a nice idea with like a clean slate, but I implore people just to refactor factories and just clean them out. Like that computer factory. I'm just going to empty out every machine for it. I might leave the building standing because it'll look cool, like an abandoned building. But I'll take all the machines out and I'll just repurpose them and build a new computer factory. Nothing wrong with that. It's honestly a great solution. Never thought about using trains like that just to fill them up with cargo and bring your stuff around the map. I mean, that seems to make sense to me. In theory, you could make a train that's on its own line, just full of like the most common construction goods that just travel around the map. And then you'd only ever have to wait a couple of minutes for them to come by, and so that way your stuff is always moving to you rather than you having to move to a central spot. Don't know if that's realistic or not, but it could work. Favorite part of your playthrough is your concrete operation that is... Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's still the original concrete miner. It's still there. It just has multiple boxes now, so it's got like 60,000 in it. I have tapped other limestone nodes since, but I don't think I've made concrete anywhere unless I was making it to go into a machine. Stream more satisfying. We love it. Thanks, James. If you wanted all your stuff in one location, why wouldn't you use drones that transport it? Because drones only have, what is it, like 4 slots or something. They don't carry very much, and they cost a lot to set up and make. Now, I'm not a Satisfactory expert. I haven't really made drones properly. I just tested them out. It seemed like a very inefficient way of doing things, because you have to make something for the drone to be able to move. You don't have to make anything for trains to move. You just need power. You did the exact same thing in Anno? Oh, Void Train. I did see that in the Team Next Fest. What did I do in Anno, Bitmark? I did read your other comments, so I know I'm hopping around a bit. Remind me if you have a moment. Take out the windows and change the color of the material to make it look derelict. Yeah. That would be cool. Put some red lights in there or something. Real scary stuff. Yeah, I thought I would maybe just grab some alclad or something from here as well. Currently on my 5th restart, and I find I get better with each try. Yeah. Awesome. Hey, I appreciate the kind words. It is interesting. One of the nicest comments I get is people saying like, you know, it's such a night and day difference from where you started to how I am at the game now. And that's a really nice compliment. I love going back to the original series, and I thought like I know a decent amount about the game, but then you look at the difference between now and then, and the builds are so much more advanced and more complicated. And they do look better. Like I can look at my starting factory, it's still the same as it was really. It's just a giant rectangular cube. And there's something about, it is quite exciting to think like, oh, I might start again one day, and how much quicker could I go through the beginning now knowing everything I know and stuff like that. Just gonna take some of this alclad. Alright, I'm full up. I don't think I need anything else. I just stopped by here just in case. I took that train with me. But yeah, this is the aluminum factory that's just not done yet. Well, it's done in terms of everything that it makes. Actually, it's not. It requires slightly more bauxite, which I gotta do at some point. But other than that, it's at like 80%, I would say, efficiency. 1,500 aluminum casing per minute and 500 alclad aluminum sheets per minute. Yeah, that's it. Man, I got lucky with making 1,500 aluminum casing, because I did end up using it in the oscillator factory and in the factory where I'm at now. I used almost all of it. Still have a little bit left if I needed it. Alrighty, here we are. So this is where this is the 96 that we fixed at the beginning of this stream. That's where it comes from. So it heads all the way in from this angle. I need to set up the, you got to do power distribution. I want to make a control room in this place where the power lines go. Okay. Alright, so at the beginning of the stream, for anyone who's just joined, I checked on a few machines and they weren't up to 100% in terms of their productivity. We fixed a few things, and then I went away from the factory just to give it some time. And now we can kind of go check these things and see how it's going. So we'll head up to the top floor. Gonna take a quick drink. As my power supply, do you still have a huge network with all the turbo fuel? Do you think you'll ever expand into nuclear? Yes, I'll definitely go to nuclear. I'll do everything. just because I want to. I don't need to necessarily. We could check the power supply now in just 1 second. It is all just one big network. Turbo fuel only makes up, I'd say, 30% of the power. I think another 30% is, well, about 50% is probably, yeah, 50% is probably regular fuel. 30% is probably turbo fuel. Maybe 10% is coal, and then, I don't know, 10-ish or something percent is, whatever the remaining is coal and geothermal. So that's where I'm at. So it's at nighttime. I use more during the night. So we're consuming about 20,000 megawatts, 20 gigawatts. And our potential is 30. So, yeah, we're pretty good. The max consumption of all my machines is slightly over my production. It's interesting to see production fluctuating like that. It really shouldn't be. There might be some problem with the oil train or something. I don't know. Excuse me. It's normal for it to vacillate up and down slightly because of the geothermal generators. But to actually see it creep up and down like that, that gray line, means that some machine didn't get what it needs for some reason. Anyway. But yeah, power is still good. Like, if all machines suddenly came on all at once, the power would trip. Only very slightly, but it would. Or it would go into battery for a while. So, you know, ideally, we can still do another factory. The computer factory can probably still be made and still run effectively. But then after that, it really is, you got to look into nuclear then. But it's timing up well because that's naturally where we're going to be going anyway. Or what I'll be doing anyway. Alright, so at the beginning here, we can see some of these have yellow lights. Still see that. It does seem like modular frames are having an issue. We're getting modular frames from, I believe, steel pipes and reinforced plates. So there's something wrong. So we'll have to count up my numbers and see what's going on. Now, the good thing is, these are all 100%. So we actually are making enough fused modular frames. The total end product is more than happy. But I have extra manufacturers to save up some extra heavy modular frames for the future. And we're not quite delivering on that for some reason. Now, the very quick thing I'll just do is just inspect all these belts, and then I'll come back up here and count the targets that I've got. So I just want to inspect the belts first and see if there's any stoppage. And it's consistently Mark 1 all the way around. Yeah, seems right to me. To be fair, these could take a while to fill up now that we fixed the production, but... Oh, so I'm doing it row by row. Okay. That's also part of it then. So this is getting it, it's just done in a manifold, right? So it's like everything's getting split to that row, then to that one, then to that one. So I would expect the machine on the very end on the left to be the one that takes the longest to get going. But it doesn't mean that we've done anything wrong. It could just mean it hasn't got there yet. So this is now at 100. This is at 100. 56. That's quite low. 57. We seem to have enough of everything else. Seems to be just the modular frame. So I'll just check those numbers are correct, and then that should be the last issue, really. Yeah, it does seem to be. So they're at 100% as well. So 55 and 49. So these last four machines, because they're at the tail end of their respective belts, are just taking a while to get their modular frames. What's the biggest sign you made in Satisfactory? The biggest sign? And sorry, someone did ask me what's the favorite thing I've ever made. Crystal oscillators are probably my favorite thing that I brought everything together for. And I think they look cool. Biggest sign. The biggest signs I've ever made are the ones downstairs in this place. Not that impressive. It's just a sign that says imports or exports, but I've never used the gigantic one. So what's the gigantic one? It's the large billboard. I've never used that anywhere, I don't think, unless it's just downstairs. Okay, that was trippy. So yeah, these ones. So what's that? That's a small billboard. So arguably, they could have been the large one. Imports, exports, and gas. So it's just it's a totally boring and default sign. Nothing crazy with it. The signs I have over in the, what's it called? The Crystal Oscillator Factory down by the trucks. I think they look quite cool. We might visit them in a moment. And I was experimenting with trying to make signs look a little more interesting over here. So this is like one of my areas where it's like, oh, you know, trying to make it more immersive. if I have time, I'd like to do out the whole factory this way. It's like, okay, you're building into the rocks, you've got like lights to carry you through underneath, and with Unreal 5 Lumen, these will act like proper lights. Right now they just kind of shine flares into your screen. They don't really illuminate the ground properly. Like if I was to put something down, it doesn't light up. You do get screen space reflections though, but apparently with Lumen, it'll do this kind of trickery with ray tracing. It's not real ray tracing. It's a sort of ray tracing that will actually make it feel like it has bounce light, which will be interesting. The stuff like that I feel like is cool, and they're actually moving, which is kind of nice. First time I ever use warning signs, just generally as well. Alright, so sun's coming up. Let's take a look at these numbers. Do you have a factory for basic stuff like wires, concrete, etc.? Or do you just occasionally steal stuff? I'm asking because I'm reorganizing my world and I don't want to waste too much time. Do I have a factory for basic stuff like... Oh, right, I see what you're saying. Do I steal components out of other factories, or do I have a dedicated thing? Yeah, I've got a dedicated... Well, I've largely just been following the milestone progression. So if I needed a factory for something as an end product, let's say... When I was... Yeah, so the answer is yes, for the first part. When I was initially starting the game, started down here, and I built an iron refinery. And that place makes rods, plates, motors... Oh, sorry, rotors. Yeah, rods, plates, rotors, and reinforced iron plates. And it does it all itself. That's what that place makes, I think. Oh, and the first space elevator part, the smart plating. So the end products are in 4 boxes. So there is that situation there. Now, a great way to... If you don't want to go to a factory and, quote, steal stuff, you could always set up an overflow. I found that even if you get things running at 100%, everything's 1-to-1. Something goes in, something comes out, 1-to-1. It still tends to get backed up every now and then from your raw ingredient. So having a little overflow chest to say, just take in this ingredient if it's not being used, you know, with a smart splitter, is great, because then you can go to the factory and pick up stuff. You don't have to steal anything out of a machine. It's actually just a little byproduct. Anyway, long story short, stuff like wire and stuff, yeah, I do have initial factories for it. I sort of make the factory, and then when it's done, that's it. I don't go back to it and then add on to it. The only case I ever did that was the oil refinery. I continuously added on to that and changed what it made and all this sort of stuff. But these other places, these are isolated buildings that just do what they do, and they've never changed since. And because at one point in the game, I would have needed wire for a space elevator part, or a milestone, sorry, not a space elevator part, a milestone, you know, for the ship to fly up in the air. Because I would have needed, you know, 1,000 or 3,000 wire, there's a factory dedicated to making wire. So this place, the copper refinery, I think it makes copper sheeting, copper ingots, and wire, and cable. Yeah, so I guess it doesn't make ingots for me to steal, but it does make cable, wire, and copper sheeting, so that I can just grab them out of boxes. So yeah, I do have dedicated factories for even smaller components and older things, just because you will find that every now and then you might need to run back and get them. And I normally, what I do, like for instance with the motor factory, set up a target. So it's like, okay, I'm going to make 15 per minute. And then in the future, I know that I've got 15 per minute on the rail network to deliver somewhere else if I ever need that. So when I'm building another factory and I need motors, I can go, okay, well, I've got this other place in the distance that I'll just send a train, and I know that I've got 15, and if this thing needs 10, then I've got 5 left over. And that's what I've done with aluminum. So a while back, I made the aluminum factory, 1,500 aluminum casing per minute. Now this place is using like 700 of it, and I think the crystal oscillator factory is using like 500. So I know still that there's still more to be used from that place. I don't know if that makes any sense or helps or not, but there you go. Anyway, I don't have biomass burners. No, they're disconnected. I think they're gone actually as well, or just disconnected. Talking batteries, what I'm doing for each of my factories is placing batteries to the cost of running said factory for an hour. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I really need to invest in more. I don't have much at all, but that's a great idea. Lumen is 100% my favorite thing with UE5. Yeah, it looks great from the screenshots they've shown. Did you ever add the awesome sync to the motor factory? I did. Yep. Okay. Right. So let's figure out the numbers here. So we're almost at 100%. There seems to be an issue with modular frames. So let's figure that out. So the targets that I've written down here for modular frames. Here they are. So apparently 64 iron plates and steel pipes makes 96 modular frames on the assembler floor. 32 machines are needed for it. So let's go check on this and see if it's working. The assembly floor is here. Alrighty. And these ones are going to be called MF, modular frame, right? So modular frames 1 to 32. And yeah, they seem like you're not getting enough reinforced iron plates. So maybe I've done the numbers wrong on this. Let me see. So let's just work it out here manually. So 32 of these times 2. Well, that is correct. It needs 64 reinforced plates. That's what was written down. I have it on Excel as well, just to double check it. Yep, 64 reinforced iron plates should put out 96 modular frames and 320 pipes. The pipes are fine. It's clearly the reinforced plates that are wrong. So are we making 64 per minute? These are the machines that are supposed to be doing it. That's an underclocked one. So let's just check this. 5.625. 5.625 times 11. Because we've got 11 in a row just there. And then there's this one, which is underclocked to 37. So we're making 2.125. Plus 2.125. And that's 6. Oh, look at that. Perfect 64. So why isn't this working? Why? Is it just going to take a really long time to backfill? That could just be the case, because this is 100%. I've got to check each of these now and just check that they're all... Ah, this is 90%. Wire. Okay, keep an eye on that. 97% because wire is low. Alright, might have found the culprit then. There seems to be maybe an issue with wire on those two machines. These are all 100%, so they've seen no fluctuation, no missing goods. And if memory serves me, they're all on the same belt together. But for some reason, this one, so number 5... Nope. Is it number 4? Number 4 is on 98. And number 3 is on 91. So let's find out why. So 4 and 3. Yeah, it might be a Mark 1 belt situation. Well, before I actually check that then. 37.5. They're all taking Mark 1 lifts. So that should be no problem. Alright, let's trace it back. So it's the bottom line. Doing Mark 4 the whole way. What are you telling me? A Mark 4 belt is supposed to be carrying 480. It needs 426. Or at least that's what I wrote down. Let's see if that's true. How much wire is required? 37.5. So 37.5 times 11. 412.5. And then the last one down here. 14.167. It does need 426. Yeah, that's what I've got written down. So a belt of 480 is supposed to be able to carry all this, no problem. Obviously, I'll have to check if enough wire is being made, but that is correct. 40. Yep, that's what we had written down. 426.66. And it's a continuous belt. I see no interruption. Okay. All right, so let's go further back and see if the right amount of wire is being produced. All right, Mark 4, Mark 4. Let me just read chat. When do you release the next Anno Let's Play video? I don't know. I just got back from a holiday, so this is my first day back to work. And there was a lot to catch up on. Taxes, finances for the previous month, all the stuff that I normally do at the beginning of each month. And then today I'm streaming, obviously. So tomorrow I'll start recording them. So it could be as early as tomorrow, but maybe Wednesday could be when they're out. Hopefully I'll get a few recorded. A lot of good info and comments of the last videos that I realized I'd be making 1 or 2 mistakes in the new world because I recorded them in bulk. So I'll be able to address some of those things. So hopefully though, yeah, I should be able to just speed up generally. I'm not streaming on Twitch anymore, and I plan to just do 2 streams per week on this channel, on YouTube. And these streams are shorter overall. So there should be more time for YouTube content, which means you should get more of it. I'm sorry that I just don't have a really reliable schedule right now, though. Really hard because depending on the type of video I end up doing, I sometimes put like a lot of time into planning, and sometimes not that much time. So it's difficult to gauge how long they take. Right, I was just checking all these. These are all Mark 1. The belts are all Mark 4. That seems all correct. So I just have to go upstairs and see, like, are these all making everything at 100%? Because it seems like we're lacking wire for some reason. 100%. And that's underclocked, so we'll have to count this up as well. So let me just do these ways. These are all 100. I'm just looking at the number in the middle. So you're 96. Why is that? Could it be a slight decrease in copper? 96 isn't what we need. So it's going to be 30 times, I'm not sure how many machines there even are. 15? So 30 times 14 is 420. And then this one adds on 6.6. 426.6, which is the number we saw earlier, which is true. Good. This is, I was just making sure like this is underclocked correctly. So the issue on this line would be that we are 4% inefficient on one machine, which is kind of hard to believe that that's what would be causing it, but it could be. It's climbing though, so maybe it's getting there. 97. It could just be the case of like maybe it just needed more time to make all this stuff. So I'll have to check the copper refineries. There's only 6 of them. There's not many of those. They're just over here. Just again checking each machine is 100. Yep. Everything's 100. And then I gotta check the amounts. So are any of these underclocked? This one is. So we'll just check these. So that's 37.5. Plus 25.833. Alright, 213.333. Is that what I have written down? Let me just check my Excel. Yep. Apparently 213.333 is supposed to give me 426.666. So it's at 98. It does look like it's gaining. It looks like it's just taken a little while to get there. But it's right on the edge of doing it. Yeah, look, it's after running out right in front of us. Oh my god. Alright, time to diagnose the belt issue. Well, just one last thing then. So that was, I just want to write that number down. 213.333. That's what we're definitely making. They're all at 100. So that is what's coming out. For sure. And if that's what's coming out, then we got to see what is definitely required to go in. That's 15 times 14, 210. We'll just check the underclocked one. It could be the 0.6 I'm lacking. That could be it. I'm after messing up at 3.3. This is what I needed? Yeah, it is. I wrote it down. Yeah, 213.3. It's actually 0.33333 is required. I wonder, is that possibly it? Could that be like that tiny bit? Oh, no, sorry. 0.33333 is what I'm making. The requirement is actually slightly less than that, so that's good. Technically, we should be oversupplying, if anything. You need 426.66 wire, but making 426.6. Let's check that again then. 30 times 14 plus 6.6. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That could be it. Maybe. We could just up those numbers. That actually was what it was accounted for. It was 333 recurring. So maybe I was lacking the extra 6 there. Maybe. To get the wire producing right. But that doesn't really answer the question of why... It seems like I wasn't even making enough copper for this one, right? This is the one that was at 98. But again, it could again just be that manifold situation. It might get there. It should get there. I'll just check the belts. That's the last thing to check with it. And then I'll just have to say, like, okay, I've checked the numbers. That seems all good. Alright, let's check these belts. It's all on one belt. 213.33. 213.33 is what's going in. They're all Mark 1. So Mark 3, let's just make sure it's Mark 3 all the way down. Yeah, seems the right way to do it. And these are all Mark 1 on the way up. I mean, it seems right, so... Not sure. I mean, we're literally off by like 2%. It's a tiny, tiny margin of error. But I think it's manifold problems. I think it's just manifold problems. And the extra 0.6 should also help the extra bit of wire we may have seemed to be missing. Just that tiny, tiny bit. So I'm thinking this will hit 100. That's the only one that wasn't on it, right? This one's on a hundo. So is this one. So yeah, I think that's fine. It's just going to take a little time. I think so anyway. Normally I don't feel confident saying this, but I just double checked the numbers. Not seeing any glaring error. The belts seem fine. I think it is probably fine. Good to get out of that noisy factory sometimes. On the sign it says 100%, but it was underclocked to 22. Oh, I just haven't updated the sign then. Yeah, good call. Is it just straight up 22? 22.2. That's what I have written down in my Excel sheet. It says 14.2222, so it'd be the 22. It should be like 2222. And that's added another 3 there, which is actually correct. Okay, cool. So that's good. 22.22. Oh yeah, this one's a pain in the ass to get to. So I did... I won't be able to get to that, I don't think, right now. Yeah. To put that sign, the only way I can get to that sign is if I clip through the machine with a mod. I can't get to it. But at least I can see it from this side. I'll get to it later. Alright. Oh, by the way, people did ask about that. They were like, how can you make these signs look like that? Because I can't access them. Yeah, it's using a mod. So I basically made one in a blueprint, and then I used a mod to just be able to access them. I'm using the pack utility mod, which allows you to just like clip through things. I use it at the beginning of episodes. It's how I get my cinematics, you know, how I like fly with no UI and stuff, just fly around things. The reason I got the mod. But yeah, it has a feature, which we used on stream last time I played, when I was trying to fix the trains, where you can clip through the world if you want and fly. So if you clip and slowly go through. So I feel a bit bad because you're not normally able to do that, but it looks too good to not use it. But it's technically only achievable with mods, just so people know. I did answer the comments on that, but just for anyone out there wondering. I like the term warming up for a manifold. That's a good term for it. Yeah, I think it is. It's just been running for a long time, so I'm surprised it's still not there yet, but... That's interesting. You're saying ingots are filling up the last machine on the belt before the one before last, because the belt supply speed is higher than the belt that takes them off. Oh, is that why? I always noticed that, where it's like the second to last machine seems to have less than the last one. And I thought it was just a weird splitter glitch or something. But yeah, that's interesting. That wasn't like tripping me up why I thought like, oh, why is it just this machine? But that's just good to know anyway. So you're saying that the belts, because there's a Mark III belt that carries from here to here, and this is a Mark I belt, this is pulling so slowly that it's filling this machine first. That's kind of quite interesting. I didn't know that's how it makes total sense. But yeah, 97. So it obviously dropped again for some reason. So I need this one to fill up first, right? Isn't that the case then? Well, no. I mean, just before this will ever hit 100, this will probably have to hit 100. That's probably what will do it. Alright. Well, we'll just have to leave it running then. These are flickering purely, I think, because they can't get their steel out quick enough. Because they're waiting for the modular frames to be made quickly, so that's fine. Let's head upstairs and check how many fused modular frames we made. Maybe let's throw them in the awesome sink just to see how much points we get. Oh no. Autosave. Yeah, luckily I've never done an awesome sink at the end. Anytime I'll ever do an awesome sink for that kind of thing is I'll do an, what's the word? Goddamn. Overflow splitter. That's usually how I do it. So that way you're safe knowing you're not going to take any of your goods away. Got to update the signs here. Let's just do that now. And thanks for the kind comments about the color of the machines. Yeah, I'm always trying to get better with that. So, let's see. Number 1 is there. Alright, we'll just name all these. So this is be number 2. I remember that? Yep. There's only 12 of them, so that's 4. 2. This way, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so on. Yeah, the autosave doesn't normally take as long as that. I think it's because I'm streaming. I've noticed that my frame rate's a lot lower as well. So I think just streaming, got a lot of windows open for the stream. I think that's what's adding to the time. Because my CPU is busy sending you guys, encoding this video, you know? Doesn't have the time to write as fast, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. Or it's just getting longer now that I've just built this factory. Alright, so that's 1 to 12. Done. I know you're going for peak efficiency, but you might want to round up on the last digit for each step. A tiny bit less on the ingots, a tiny bit less on the wire, and your manifolds won't quite fill. Yeah, I guess so. I'm just trying to hit the numbers as they came out in Excel. So, I don't see why... Normally, when I do that, let's say the numbers say, like, you need 15 or something, and I give it 15. Normally what ends up happening is I actually end up making more somehow. Like, I'll find that the belts get full up of stuff, even if they're working at 1 to 1. Like, eventually. It takes a really long time, but it's almost like the 0.0001 decimal place over, and therefore, eventually, these things start to back up. I've just noticed that with other factories, where I'm like, I built this silica, you know, quartz to silica 1 to 1. What goes in should come out the same way, and then I'm looking at the belts and they're just full of quartz, and I'm like, that's interesting. Like, eventually it seems to just get full. Maybe I've done something wrong, but it does seem to do that. And I think it's because the game's not perfect. Like, if you have a belt going from here to here, and then you've got another one doing here, on that seam, what the game seems to actually do, in terms of its logic, from what I've noticed, is it almost like teleports the item from there to there. It says, like, this is the endpoint for... It's not like physically traveling. Like, it is, kind of. It's actually underneath the hood traveling at a set speed based on the belt, and then the belt just tells it how much it can carry. And then the game is superimposing that so you can see stuff traveling. But that's not really happening. Obviously, in the distance, it's not traveling physically. It's just data, right? So it knows the time and the thing. But when you're there, you can actually see sometimes this little hitch where it like teleports the object and begins the new belt. And I feel like maybe that's what causes the error, where after a very long amount of time, you either have more or less of something. After a really long time, though. And it's usually more, in my experience. But I don't know. It's just an estimate, a guesstimate. I feel like Darren's autosave time went up a lot since the builds in the recent episodes. Yeah, I'm sure they did. I'm sure they have. I haven't noticed it too much, though, to be honest. But that was a really long one. Okay, yeah, let's check downstairs and see what we got. And then we'll start maybe doing some of the cosmetics of this place. So, holy crap. So we started with about 100 in here. Now we've got over 1,000. 1,318. And that's the excess. So that's the overflow splitter here. Heavy modular frames on the left, and then any overflow goes out to the right. Great. Same with the fused. 1461. So I'm going to empty both of these out. We'll put them into an awesome sink. Oh, don't have enough plates. Maybe steal some. Slowing everything down. Don't have enough plates. Surely I have enough plates somewhere. Let me check one of these boxes. Yes. Getting kind of low, though. Need to put lights in here as well. Do you mean you can game it by having a bunch of belts? I guess that'd be the theory. You'd need a lot of gaps in your belts where belts start and stop. And it seems to only happen when it's the Mark 5, I would say as well. Mark 4 or Mark 5. Because it's like the pace of the belt outpaces your frame rate by a lot. So it tends to get that error. I put overflow at every step so things never get backed up. Yeah, that's what I plan on doing with this place. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'd like to go through these logistical floors and separate every belt at the end into an overflow and send it somewhere. So there's a mass recycling area. So that'd be a cool thing to do. Because this place is actually bigger than I initially thought. Like, I mean, I have more space. So I've got all this extra floor space here, there, and here. So one of these I could make a control room. Just to kind of, I don't know, remind me of what goes on in this place. And then, yeah, maybe the other I'll just have a big recycling area. Maybe up top. Don't see why not. Alright, but just for now, we'll just build one really quickly here. Drain out these containers and then see where we go from there. Hang on just one sec. Hiya. Sorry, my girlfriend just walked in. Hello? Beautiful girlfriend, excuse me. Yeah. Yep. Is it it's just chips? Yeah, just vinegar and salt as well though, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, that's fine. No, that's okay, yeah. Alright, sorry. Cool, yep, sounds good. Alrighty, let's put, there's just a food truck coming to the estate where I live. Rosie was just asking me if I wanted anything. I don't know where there's power in this place. There's power upstairs. That's the next thing I gotta do, power management. Might just start doing that now. I'll check what time it is, see how much time we've got left. And then look to start doing the next thing. Oh my god, that's not powered. There we go. Tell her chat says hey. Oh, she's gone now. I'll tell her though. Chips. Yeah, it's actually fish and chips, but I just got, so basically I'm coming off of a holiday. I don't want to be getting, you know, more kind of takeout food. But I'm not going to say no to some salt and vinegar chips, of course. Oh, I'm out of wire. There we go. All right, it's connected. All right, so now we're syncing fused modular frames and heavy modular frames together. Oh, it's moving so fast, but it looks so good. Like every second one is the other one. That's probably going to make my tickets jump. Oh my god, yes. All right, we got 487 tickets. Nice. What is it? There's something for like 1,000 tickets, and is there like 10,000 or something as well? Good. All right, I'm just gonna leave this run for a sec. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'll look at what next we can do. I think I want to start, like, you know, putting the concrete on. I've got tons of concrete and windows and stuff like that. Power management. Start working on all of that. I'm not even sure how long I've been going. An hour and a half. Oh, perfect. We're like halfway through then. All right, I'll be back in just a moment. You guys can just watch the belt and have fun with that. All right, back in just 1 second. You say chips, but you sound American. I'm from Ireland, and I live in England. People just say I sound American. Fries, if you prefer that. But over here, obviously, call them chips. And we call what Americans call chips crisps. All right, be back in just 1 sec. Alrighty, I'm back. Super quick. Love goes through the stomach. Yeah, there's a similar kind of saying, you know, I think, yeah, I can't remember. I think it's like it's something like a way to a girl's heart is, or a way to a man's heart is through his stomach, something like that. With your tickets, can you buy recipes? No, but that would be an interesting kind of way to game. An interesting way to do the game. I don't think you can. I'm actually not sure. Let's have a look at what's... like, I'm sure about that, but I'm not sure what else is in the Awesome Shop. I haven't looked in it in a long time. We have 400 tickets. I've gotten pretty much everything I think you can get. I've never gotten those. Maybe we should get them. Yeah, looking good. Foundations. Got everything there. Uh-huh. So another boombox. I have one already. So we could get some of these. That'd be 1,000. It's obviously a lot. I can get... I want to work my way up. That's the correct way to do things. I almost feel like they shouldn't let you get these until you unlock these ones. So I'll have to get the adequate pioneering, the pretty good pioneering, the satisfactory pioneering. So that's going to be 225, 275 for the Silver Hog, 375. And then I won't be able to get that one. So I still need about 1,100 points to get the Golden Nut and the Confusing Creature together. You can buy ammo, of course, as well. Alright. Maybe they'll let you buy slugs one day or something if you ever actually run out, because they do tend to just regenerate, I guess, accidentally. Interesting, I absolutely did not expect you to be Irish. Would not have guessed that based on dialect. Guess you've been Americanized too, like everyone else. Yeah, I mean, I grew up in the middle of absolutely nowhere. And I just lived on video games. Lived on video games. Still do. So, yeah, I think, and my girlfriend's name is Rosie, and her accent's kind of the same. She came from Balbriggan, if anyone knows it, in Ireland. And she doesn't sound it. You know, she sounds more American than me. But then, trying to see, I feel like as well, when I started doing content online, it was in 2013. There's videos, you can find old videos on my old channel, Republic of Play. If you go back to the very first uploads, you can see how I sounded. It was a bit more Irish, not crazy, definitely a lot quieter and a lot more shy. But when you're trying to speak out and speak clearly, especially if you're just trying to speak clearly, you end up, I feel like, sounding more American, generally speaking. Because they, at least in California, will speak kind of slowly and very clearly. Like, it's not confusing what they're saying. they speak very slowly. So I think that's why, a part of it as well. Definitely American TV and all of that, like hitting my ears all the time, had that rubbed off on me. But I do feel like when you're just trying to speak clearly, you will end up losing your accent a bit more. Anyway, you thought I was Dutch. There's a bit of Dutch accent in there as well. The Dutch accent, from what I know, it's almost like they add SH to the end of things. If that makes sense. That's what it comes across like sometimes. One heavy modular frame extra. That. Alright. Well, I'm apparently full up, so can I even get rid of this? Yes. Alright, cool. So, now we've got a fresh box. So we've just got 15 in there and 8 in here. So the target of this factory, if I just quickly check again, is 36 heavy modular frames per minute and 16 fused frames per minute. Now, I say that, it's actually 16 fused frames and therefore 20 heavy modular frames. So every time we hit 20 in this, we should be seeing 16 in here. That kind of thing, you know? I think us Dutch people are mainly known for the sharp G and R sounds. Oh, really? I could be just basically basing it off of Austin Powers, Gold member. But also I knew a great Dutch YouTuber for Total War back in the day. His name was Total War Zone. And I met him in real life. And yeah, I don't know. He kind of had that SH sound to things. Like he would just add like... I can't really even... I don't even want to do it. But it was kind of like, yeah, it just... It's like you're saying sh all the time at the beginning or end of sentences. Like sentences. Like that kind of thing. Anyway, do you plan to release a world download? I don't know. I haven't really decided. People ask me. I did say that I was going to do one before. I actually gave it out to one person who asked before. Who DM'd me. So it's not like I'm opposed to it. I gave that a world download for Anno and someone put it on YouTube and made like a series and did say it was mine. And I was kind of annoyed about that. So for Satisfactory, I don't know. I see people do it on Patreon and stuff like that. I don't really plan on like monetizing it. It's just a save game. But it is my world, and I like the having the exclusivity of making videos on that world because it's mine. That's my only thing about not putting it out. I feel like when I'm done with the game, then I'll put it out, which is probably forever. Like done with the progression. Like if I get to tier 8 and I've done that, then I'm like, oh, okay, people can like have this now. Even if I'm still making videos on it. But that way I can say I went from start to finish. I don't know, just myself. I haven't decided. I don't know how I'll do it. I haven't decided yet. Alright, so we'll check in on these machines. We're about halfway through the stream. We'll check on the machines a little bit later. We're seeing more green lights though, which is good for longer. Things look like they're improving. So I'm not really too sure, but I need to stylize the building now and make it look a little bit better. So we'll have a look at the back side of it. The front, I mean, first. And then just try to kind of continue that around the back. I was thinking that I don't really want to do these pillars around the back. I'll show you the main reason for that, actually. Let's go around the back now real quick. So it's fine on this side here. But once you get around this side, we're cutting into... I'd be cutting into the belts. Unless I extend all the floors out. But then we're really going over the cliffs and stuff. So I don't know. It might look strange. Maybe that's what I have to do, is just extend these floors out just a bit. I mean, it does kind of come out to here already. You could, in theory, just pave all the way this out and just extend the whole building out. But then there'd be just so much empty space on this side for nothing. I'm struggling to kind of know how to wrap it up on this side. Let's just head out to the other side and I'll show you what it looks like from there. What the hell is happening? Oh. I somehow went into photo mode and build mode at the same time. Oh my god, what a fail. I did try to get on it, and I actually just couldn't do it. I was going to go ride it out to the crystal oscillator factory, but oh well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so one of the first things I need to do is work out how I'm going to do this bottom bit. I chopped away some of the pillars that were coming out further here. Let's just get building. If it looks good, it looks good. If it doesn't, we'll just redo it. All right. Use smaller pillars? Yeah, maybe. For the bit that juts out. Stone Coal English? Sean Connery actor? Exactly, yeah. The SH. Exactly. Isn't that the Dutch accent, effectively, even though he was Scottish, right? Alright, we cut that. Oh no, you're leaving me crates? Come on, man. What can I delete that I just don't need? 4 wire. Alright. Yeah, so I kind of think that just having windows that just come out here as a roof is totally fine on its own. The reason I've tiled that as tar, just because that's where the pillars jut through, so I kind of think it looks nice to not have it just come through glass. Let's just go out straight like that. I'm just going to experiment around. You guys can tell me what you think looks good or not. And it only needs to come as far as there. Okay. Then I'll need some sort of, I don't know. Maybe a little angle actually would be good. But yeah, some, I guess we'll start doing the walls out. I know how to do that. It's easy enough. So just to make sure I can keep flying here without killing myself. I'm missing that wire. It's so silly. It's such something that's so simple that I don't have. Alright, just 1 sec for this autosave. By the way, just a shout out as well to the channel members and the super chats we got earlier. Appreciate it. And anyone else who's subscribing, it does pop up on screen. I don't often see that one because it doesn't have a sound, but I appreciate the new subscribers as well. There we go. Autosave done. Alright, I think I've got wire over in a box over there, so once I get that, it should be good to go. Hey, if anyone in chat knows, have they said whether or not, like, when update 8 is arriving? Wait, you're a Republic of Play? Yes, I am, or I was. So, I left to do YouTube in 2017, quit my job to do YouTube. 2017, to do it full time, and I rebranded my channel at the time, which was called Darren Total War, to Republic of Play. Got no wire. I just have to make some. Or steal some. What do we need? Copper ingots, right? Yeah, we can get that. Don't know how I don't have wire. It's so weird. I guess it's just so common I use it a lot. I don't want to make a run all the way back just for that. Actually, I know where there would be some thinking about it. Let's just make a journey out to the Crystal Oscillator Factory. It's something cool to see anyway. Not that far. Alright, anyway, yeah, so I was doing reviews of strategy games, and I did it for 5 years, and then ultimately just decided to... I set up a Let's Play channel about 2 years ago. I called it Republic of Let's Play. And then a year ago, it was doing really well, so I renamed it What Darren... Or a little while ago, anyway. Renamed it What Darren Plays. And the Let's Play channel was just doing so much better than Republic of Play that I just effectively gave up on it. Or quit. And it was doing fine, like it sustained me for 5 years, barely. But it was really, really random. Like some videos would do hundreds of thousands of views and some would do literally like 5. And it was just too unreliable. So that's why I decided to do Let's Plays, because it was something on the side that would be more consistent, but they just ended up doing better overall than everything. This channel doesn't grow as quickly though, I've noticed. Like I'm at 70-something thousand subscribers, whereas the Republic of Play channel was at 130. But this one, you know, in terms of views, is getting like 5 or 6 times more. It's just the way it is. Anyway. It was supposed to be May, June, but it's been delayed. Okay. Thanks for the info. I don't want to steal some because I'm trying to work out that 100% efficiency rate, so I don't want to be stealing any wire right now. I don't mind doing that in future, just once I know everything is working. Seems like everything is working, but just in case, don't want to be thieving. I think I left some here. There's massive containers at the back of this place that I never finished working on either. Got mildly intrigued. Looked up your oldest available video. There's definitely some change in voice dialect since that old Total War Rome 2 video, as expected, yeah. Yeah, there's even older ones unlisted. Not for any particular reason. I was trying to unlist some of my Total War content from that channel just so that I could focus on just more reviews. Oh my god, there was only 50 wire? 500 wire? 1 reel of wire? Okay. Guess that's all there is. So some of those older videos that just didn't feel like they were relevant anymore, they're covering mods, for instance, that didn't even exist. They're gone. Or old patches. So yeah, this factory is kind of ground to a halt now because we're no longer making computers. The computer factory is gone. So it means that it's still making crystal oscillators, but it's no longer making radio control units because we need computers for that. But it's making everything else just fine. AI limiters, etc. Do I have AI limiters with me? Yep. Alright. I've got some crap in this inventory, actually. Alright, we'll just deal with the wire we have. I can get some copper ingots if I need to. I can actually just overclock one of the machines, overclock the copper ore, and that'd be good enough. Should we just have a little look around this place really quickly? I don't need to give you a proper tour, but it hasn't changed since last time I covered it. But I liked this idea of having the glass floors every now and then just to see certain belts that are running underneath. I think that's kind of cool. Yeah, let's go to manufacturing 2. I also started watching your Anno one, and it's a lot to catch up on. Yeah. Oh, wow, you're halfway through. Wow, that's still really good progress. That's like 60 hours or something crazy. Yeah, and I love Anno. It's the crazy thing about that series was they weren't always doing DLC. I thought it was the end of the DLC, and then they did 2 more years of DLC for it. So it ended up just prolonging the series, like way longer than I ever thought. But it's super fun. I love it. A really, really, really great game. If you like Satisfactory, I think you will inherently like Anno. Because it is a logistics game first and foremost, disguised as a city builder. Like it's just it's a trick. And I think actually it trips a few people up who are really into city building. They're like, what is all this like? Why am I dealing with production chains and stuff? You know. Thanks, Trev. And Seth. You love seeing the glass work I do. Well, that's what we're going to be doing now. I've got a plenty of silica and everything. What I was hoping to do was just put down a few more power poles so I can fly properly. And then we can put in some of those extra windows. I think, if I recall correctly, the gap between windows is just 4 foundations. Any news on my saved game? I'm not sure what you mean. Did I watch the coronation? No. I actually flew home from Italy the day of. But I'm not English, and I've got no interest, personally speaking, in the monarchy or anything like that. More power to everyone else, though. I don't really care what other people do, but yeah, I saw like the moment King Charles got crowned. Found it kind of uncomfortable, to be quite honest. But other than that, you know, it's fine. Alright, whenever I go quiet, by the way, I'm just making sure I'm reading my chat. How's it going? It's going really good. It's great. I'm just, like, I'm fresh off a holiday, so I'm feeling nice and energized, and I was really looking forward to getting back into the game. So this is what I'm going to be replicating downstairs, right? So we have half foundations that creep in. We've then got the full foundation that creeps in as well. So this creeps halfway over the line. This creeps 1/4 over the line. And then we have the painted beam and then just windows. So that's the idea. See if we can recreate that downstairs. After watching you play Anno, I started playing Anno Console Edition, which just got released. Got slightly disappointed that it didn't include the Season Pass DLC. Yeah, it doesn't have any DLCs. It's quite the shame. I think they said they're not planning on doing it either. I feel like it's a bit of a missed opportunity. I mean, I know that the audience isn't going to be as big there, but still, something about it where it's like, that just feels like you should really do that. Because the work's done. Like, well, and the design is done for the gameplay of it. It's just, you just got to port it. Not saying it's easy, but seems like it's not fully complete without it, in a way. Alright, let's begin this process. I don't know why it's doing that. There we go. Yeah. I think, is that the way? Yeah. The gap we have here between these. Oh, it's pretty short. Needs to be bigger than that. Bigger gap. Right. So the gap has to be about 4 foundations. Let me just drag this actually over here, just so I can fly. Chop them away later. That's better. Alright, cool. I hope the next Anno game will get a console version from the start. That'd be nice. Will you make or publish your save, even if it's just after you ended steel production? Oh, right. Yeah, I was just answering that earlier. Yeah, I might give up my save that's older to people. I don't know. I need to think about it. I don't know yet. Someone did ask me that, and I was like, oh, I'm not sure. Like, I'll definitely give it out when I've finished the final space elevator part. People can have it then. But if people wanted it sooner than that, or just older saves, I'll think about it. I don't know yet, I guess is the answer. Didn't you blueprint that? Yeah, it's different. It's actually slightly different. This is a much cleaner and more efficient way of doing the windows. But I did make a blueprint that did something like it. I think I actually deleted it recently. Yeah, because it's not the same. So it'll be slightly different. So does this even need to be here? I guess it was in line with that, but I don't need that. Get rid of this for a second. This is where it's going to... It should be more like here. Oh, that is on top actually then, yeah. Okay, sorry. That's fine then. Alright, let's just go all the way up with that. So then I need this one to come out 5. And that's where the next one needs to go. Maybe I'll stream Minecraft and see how it does. Alright, and then this one's 4 over again. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and it's on the half mark as well, which is cool. Alright, cool. This will work. So let's just try it with the first one before I put any more pillars down. And then the question, I guess the question is, where does it end here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Yeah, so that's the pillar there. I'm fine with that. We'll be in a good spot, actually. I'll have to clean up some of this stuff. Anyway, what's your favorite game soundtrack? Final Fantasy VII, yeah, without a doubt. I'm actually just playing it right now, the remake. I never played it. I played it a long time ago when it first came out, and then when they announced the PS5 version, I just decided to wait, and I've been going through other games, and I'm basically just going through it now again. I'm just like, oh, it's so good. So yeah, Final Fantasy VII. Minecraft soundtrack's great. Rome Total War, the original Rome Total War, is a absolute banger, and Medieval 2 Total War as well. Stellaris, awesome soundtrack. So those would be top 5. I started the game 5 or 6 times and I get put off reloading it from the start. Other saves usually are after they finish the game. But yeah, my thing is you shouldn't restart. Like if you get... I don't know, but I imagine if you just put in someone else's save, you'll actually lose motivation to do anything. But I'm not going to not tell you to do that. I would say don't restart. If you feel like you've made a mess of things or you've learned and you want to do things over, just delete what's there and rebuild it. It's much better that way. Final Fantasy 7, I live for that game. Yeah, it's so good. I mean, I always loved it. I know it's obviously mega popular. Loads of people love it. But the remake, I'm just like, oh, this is so cool. It's obviously different, I guess, in some ways. Some things I'm like, oh, I don't know why you felt the need to do that. But like they introduced Sephiroth really early. And I don't know. I think it'd be so much cooler if they just kept him out of it until like the next one or something. Because you didn't normally see him for a long time. I remember in the old game, Final Fantasy 7, I don't know what happens in the remake, but you go to like Shinra headquarters, and there's like just blood all over the walls, the creepy music's playing, and it's like, holy crap. He's like gone in there and stolen, I think he stole Genova. And it's like, holy crap, this is so cool. But anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted. So yeah, first things first, I was trying to look up there, that's why I was getting distracted. It's the 4 foundation half meter, that's it, and it has to go in here, and then it has to sink down. This can be a little tricky to get right the first one, I think. Yeah, because it needs to be it there, I think. And then we delete this one. Right, I think that's the way it goes. It's so long since I've done it. It would have been a good idea to blueprint it, thinking about it. But I think that's it. That gives us half on. Yeah. Yep. I think so. I'll just double check by going upstairs. I just want to see what it looks like inside. Yeah, seems like it. Genova's half. You plan on playing Jedi Survivor? I never played the one before. It is like one of my backlog games. I'm such an uninteresting person because typically what I end up doing is I play games like. So I played so many games that came out newly that were strategy games to review for my strategy game channel. But then my more recreational gaming or console gaming, I did pretty much always 2 years behind the curve. And it wasn't by design or intention. It's just that these games take a long time to play. And as an adult, you just have less and less time, I guess. Especially if you're also playing games for your job. So it's like, okay, well, that is my gaming time, kind of. So long story short, I just haven't gotten to Jedi Survivor. I've got a few, I'm a big PlayStation fan, I mentioned this last time. I'm a bit of a fanboy. Maybe a little bit. And I like playing Sony first party games. So there's still a few I haven't got to. Ghost of Tsushima. Horizon Forbidden West. These two are both downloaded on my console, ready to go. I didn't even buy them, they're on part of PlayStation Plus Extra now. Which I find crazy, because they're not that old, but they're just included in that service, so I'm like, sweet. So those are two that I've been meaning to get to. I also like to get trophies, so I have a platinum in... I just recently platinumed the Order 1886, so that's what you're dealing with. You know, that's a game from like 2014 or 15. It's not even that good. I played it when it initially came out, and it was on 80% or something for trophies, and I was like, I can finish that. So that's what I did. Let's build this up. I need to decide where the roof is going to be, so I just want to get a gauge of how high up. Yeah, see, it's a glass roof, so I'm trying to think how this is even going to work, really. I know how it works. You just have to assume that this comes across, right? We need a sort of a thing like that. It doesn't have to be this. It could be a half foundation, but it's got to be a sort of a gap. There are massive windows that we're going to put in place here then. Yeah, and instead of doing this fresh every time, we'll just drag this out. That's much easier, isn't it? There we go. Found the rhythm. All right, let's go. All right, so next thing's the windows. We just pop down a little barrier. We look at our window number 9. We press E, change it to this. Zoop it. Zoop it all the way up. Now that ultimately needs one of these underneath there, so grab this bit and get rid of it. Trying to think as well, like, is it normally like 2? Yeah, 2 might be enough. And which side is this facing? That's the right side, I think. Actually, I think it's just easier if I do everything with 4. Yeah. Alright, sun's coming up now. Make things look a little nicer and easier to see. Do you think you have to rebuild a lot when Update 8 will be released? No, I don't think so. Do you mean me specifically, or just generally speaking? They said that the map changes don't seem... like, it, at least from what I've heard, it doesn't seem like the map changes are going to be that dramatic, where a lot of your stuff will need to be rebuilt or moved or anything. I remember in the previous update, Update 7, was it? Or maybe 6, they were telling people, like, you better get your stuff, like, out of this biome, this one. You better move. This time they put out that map to show you, like, a little warning of where things are going to maybe have a problem. Let me see if I can bring it up, actually. I did save it, just in case. Yeah, just bear with me 1 second. I'm just looking through files. We have to get an autosave now anyway, so it's good timing. Yeah, I found it. Let's see. I actually don't have a window capture available here. There. Right, so... this map is a rough roadmap of planned map changes coming sometime after Update 8 as of March 2023. Roadmap is also subject to change. So, Category C, minor foliage landscape polish only. So, if you've built in... So, for instance, Category B, mild to significant foliage changing. Mild landscape polish, unlikely to meaningfully impact a factory. So, this would be where I'd be most concerned, because I've got... let's see... Get me back into the game. You know, I've got some stuff out there. I've got a big oil plant. They did say it's mostly foliage stuff. As long as the landscape and terrain doesn't change too much, I'll be okay. So I think I'm okay with that. Let's see if I can bring that up just one more time. The red ones, the red category would be jungle spires. So they said mild to significant foliage change. Landscape changes may impact factory. So may is in all caps. It's like a big maybe. And that's for, excuse me, southern forests, bamboo fields, and jungle spires. I really wish they would put this biome in the, like, the map in the game, because I just don't know where these biomes begin and end. I have to, like, kind of keep, like, going back and forth and looking back and forth to see what things are. But I don't have anything out here. This looks like where it was planning on doing the changes, right? And then the center, I do have a quartz refinery. That's pretty deep down, though. I think they said it was going to be mostly in the actual pink forest and stuff up above. Mine's like down in a cave. Not in a cave. They've said don't build in caves, but it's next to those 2 deposits. That's all it is. So I'm hoping I'm okay. Sorry, I just wanted to get a look at that roof. That's the way that's done. Okay, yep. All right. Sorry for taking so long with that, but it has been 2 weeks since I played the game, so I just wasn't totally sure. Alright, here we are. It's taking ages. Well, looking good, looking good. Get rid of that one. By the way, if you're watching in the future, for instance, this video will stay as a VOD. Or if you're watching now, if you have any feedback for how you feel like I could improve these streams, please do let me know. If you think they're too slow, or, I don't know, don't read chat enough or something. Something, anything. You let me know what you'd like to see from streams for this game. As we're still in the early idea phases. I just thought it'd be a good idea to do the more in-between stuff. Like, these are the kind of things I do in between streams. Like, I check how things are working, check if everything's working, and then, like, I'll do the cosmetics of the factory. All right, we'll get rid of this, get rid of that. Bring this out. Face it the same way. I'll have to figure out how to handle these correctly. Yeah, normally it's just one of these goes straight up, I suppose. More cowbell. We could arrange that. I think you have to be looking at the barrier and then hit E. Oh, sorry, I missed that question. My PS5 is collecting dust, says Stuart Green. I think the PS5 is awesome. I was actually a big naysayer at first. I was like, they're not doing any exclusive games for it. It's all PS4 stuff. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to play this. And it's the first PlayStation console I didn't buy on launch. I'm like that big of a fanboy. I've even had like the Vita. I've got everything. But I waited, and then I eventually did get one. At the beginning of this year, I want to say. I think so. And I love it. I think it's really good. I just think it's a very, very high quality machine. That's just what it feels like to me. For its price, to be able to run the games it does at the fidelity it does at 60 FPS and stuff, I'm like, this is pretty good. Like, I've got a very expensive high-end PC, and I'm forever annoyed with how it doesn't work a lot of the time. Or like, see, it just depends what you like. You know, some people like iPhone, and then some people like Android. And I feel like PC gamers like Android, and console players like iPhone. Because one gives you the freedom to really get in there, customize it, and tailor it to do specific things that you want it to do. And the other is saying, we're going to give you an experience, and this is just the way it is. All right, that's the iPhone. And if you want a turnkey solution, that is a solution to things that you just plug and play. Console, it's so hard to... I just think that's so valuable for the price. I think it's so affordable, really, for what it does. I just think it's great. And then now with the PlayStation Extra, it's like Game Pass or whatever. It's obviously not as good as Game Pass. It's getting there. It's pretty good. I can't believe that they put like Horizon Forbidden West on that. It's not even a year old, or it wasn't when they did that. And I'm just like, dude, this is like, I don't even have to buy anything. And I have a stunning looking game running at 60 FPS. But ultimately, like, obviously, yeah, if you don't like these types of games or those types of games, then I don't begrudge you for having it collect dust and saying there's nothing there for you. I get that. But for me, I find a lot of value in it. But I'm playing older games. You know, I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. And like I said, I've got Ghost of Tsushima and Horizon queued up. There's some other games I've been eyeing up that I want to get. I also have a Steam Deck that I was playing on the trip that I took recently. I've been playing Octopath Traveler 2. Brilliant game so far, like loving it. But it's such a dense game, like 50 hours at least it's going to take to get through that. So it's such a huge amount of time. I also bought Dredge and Cult of the Lamb recently for it. Haven't even started them. So, you know. Anyway, let me just take a drink. I'm a PC gamer with an iPhone. I am an iPhone user, yeah. Yep. I also love my iPhone. My dad used to be an iPhone user, and then my dad is the other type of person. He's someone that likes to customize his phone. He's like, I got 2 SIM cards in my phone. And he goes to Spain and stuff with a Spanish number. I'm like, I have no need for that. I just traveled to Italy. I had data roaming. You know, I had everything I needed. So it's just not, I don't really see the benefits. Like I see them, but it's like, it's not for me. So I don't begrudge anyone. It's not like I'm a console war guy or an iPhone or phone war guy. I would never be like, oh, you bought an Android or anything like that. It's just like, I love the experience that I get with that phone. My iPhone is great. I just think it's really good. And I love the experience I get with my PS5. I think it's really good. For the money I spend on it, especially for the PS5, I think it's an incredible value. Because to me, I would pay 1,000 for it, you know? Not that I have 1,000 just to easily drop on something, but it feels like that's what I have to spend on PC is thousands. And yet I can spend a fraction of that on PS5 and get basically the same quality of gameplay. If you're just talking pure game. But obviously I use my PC to edit videos and I run multiple things at the same time. And I like mods, obviously, for games. Any ideas with this? I'm just staring at it as if I'm going to find a solution. This looks weird. Let's fly up on top of it if I can. Right. This is what we got. Satisfactory. Yeah, I'm sure it'll go to console eventually. I don't see why it wouldn't. It's an Unreal Engine game. It'd be silly not to. I'm also not one of these people that are like so protective over. Like, I understood back a few years ago when people were like much more negative towards the idea of their in-depth PC games becoming casual, you know. I don't really see that anymore as a thing. Anno on console is just as deep. Stellaris on console is just as deep. They can do it. They just need to make that custom UI for it and put in the effort. As long as they don't dumb down the games because they know it's going to go to console or something, I'm fine with it. I think they should port them. But it's, yeah, I was thinking Steel Beam or something at the edge could look kind of cool. Well, actually, let's do this first. It's not technically done yet. So let me just fly here for a second. This, I always do this. Bring this out. Right, let's extend these down. I'll fix up the power, the wires and stuff, either myself later or later in the stream if we get to it. That one actually does connect, sorry. Add tar in the other. Yeah, I think I'll probably do that. Yep, good idea. I develop for iOS and I can say that their external qualities do not match the developer's experience. Oh man, the ridiculous things you find. Well, fun fact, I've got a degree in programming and I made an app for iPhone a long time ago. So I know a little bit as well. Pretty outdated, like my info would be very outdated now. I did it back in 2013, so. But yeah, it was a lot easier on Android for sure. Super easy. The hoops you had to jump through to even put something on an iPhone was crazy. So I obviously get that from the developer standpoint for sure. I'm just reading the chat. Never understood the whole buy an Android versus an iPhone. You don't say buy Microsoft Windows versus Mac when talking about PCs. Some people do though, don't they? Some people are very like into their Macs. Like I say I like iPhone, but I'm not like an Apple super fan. You know, I don't buy... I've got Apple AirPods and an Apple iPhone. I do also have Apple TV, I guess. But I don't have a Mac. I have no intention of getting one. And when it comes to like consoles, I've got PlayStation and we have a Switch. Don't have an Xbox. Screw Xbox. Alright, so that does look pretty good, I think. Yeah, I was just wondering if I should angle the roof or something, but I don't think so. So we'll just do the little window slits in here and that'll be that. Sorry for taking a little while with it. Just do... Does that reach? Yeah, it's a 2. Oh, that one there. Great. Oh wow, it's actually just snapping to the middle. I don't know why it's doing that, but that's really, really handy because it normally doesn't. That's actually the wrong way around. Hey, does anyone else stream Satisfactory on YouTube? I've never even looked, but does like Total X Clips, I'm Kibitz, or I don't know, anyone else do that? I've never looked. Alright. Got giant ass windows. Alright, we'll just go upstairs and I'll put the tar on those ones. So we'll go materials, tar roof, bunk bunk. Bunk. Gotta have that realism, you know? Doesn't make sense to go straight through the glass like that. In some ways. Nice little area to walk before we go upstairs then. Sorry, what I meant is that Android is an OS, not a product. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, right. Yeah. Had to take a phone call, no worries. Chris? Nice to see you live, says Ludo. Been playing for a while, love the game, especially the starts. Before things get too complex. No, not really, only Twitch, I think. Total X, and they stream on Twitch. Oh, cool. The people I watch all stream on Twitch. Not regularly, at least, only Darren. Yeah, I just stopped doing it on Twitch. It just felt like, I don't know, at least for this game and for games I have series on, might as well keep it in the same place, rather than telling people to go somewhere else for it. Alright. Is there a way out of here? Oh, I love the Minecraft music. So good. Never gets old. So, I have to do a sort of similar thing here. 1, 2. Checking that. So it's, how many is it? 3. It's a gap of 3 all the time. Yep. Alright. Looking good. I can't get back in. Ah. These bits need anything? I think they could probably do it something. We could have the angular the ramps. Just see what that looks like. Crap. Looks okay, right? I purposely my access to nuclear need a turbo fuel plant, a centralized 1200 of crude oil for the power station. Really? Use a large billboard. I'm not sure, I probably just read it very wrong, Ludo. My bad on that one. Bits is also from the UK, worth checking out too. Oh yeah, I've seen him. I thought Bits was I'm Kibitz. Because I thought it was like his second channel, you know, it's like I'm Kibitz, and then there's Bits if you want to check out like extra content. But I did see that is a separate person. Fluxo? Yeah, Fluxo is awesome. Fluxo, in my opinion, maybe Fluxo and Create In. A lot of people don't seem to know Create In, but both of those guys make the most insane looking builds ever. Like it looks really natural, like real factories and stuff. So they've really good stuff going on. I don't know if I can actually make it up here. I didn't make it. Alright, cool. So that kind of area is done. So I was thinking this is the hypertube back of the factory. The hypertube network. I was kind of thinking I should just leave that as the wall and maybe cut this away. There's no need to be walking around the back of it. This could just be the wall to the outside. Maybe that would look kind of cool, you know? The glass windows facing out would be the glass windows that you travel on the hypertube network. Yeah, jetpack fuel's getting a little low as well. Yeah, 35. So what I'm saying is I just think this has come out a bit too far. Maybe I could just chop these floors away. Push the pillars in even. And then we could do the same out this side that I've just done over on that side, which is build this tower up and join it as like one of the floors that you can get on. Stinarchi is also really good, yeah. Yeah. I only saw Stinarchi because I think X-Clips covered him before. Am I an anime fan? No, I'm not like in any way against anime. I just rarely watch TV. I'm always playing video games. Just what I love to do. I tried to get into anime just recently, a while back. Well, kind of. There was some like great anime TV shows or movies that I wanted to watch, like Ghost in the Shell and Akira and those kind of things that I'd never seen. So I watched a few of those, and I really liked them. But other than that, I wouldn't call myself an anime fan in terms of like I don't know 99% of anime. I don't watch any like main shows or anything like that. But the anime movies I've watched and stuff, I've really enjoyed, you know. It's the same with books. I always feel really bad about I don't read books very often at all, but whenever I do, I love them. It's just I just ultimately always prefer playing games. Yeah, I've tried signs as LED strips. Sorry, use a large building with a factory name on it at the front. Yeah, that could be cool, facing the tracks. I'll try that. I have seen Stinarchi's work. Yeah, it's crazy as well. He did that like Eden project thing, I think, where he's got like trees inside his factory and stuff. It looks really cool. If you're into cars and racing, you should check out Initial D. I'm not, unfortunately. I actually don't even have a license. I'm 30 years old. I don't drive. I like cars. I used to play Gran Turismo growing up on PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2, and somewhat on PlayStation 3. So you learn a lot about cars playing that game, I feel like, anyway, because it is a sim game. As a 7-year-old, I probably wasn't taking everything in, but when I was playing it when I was like 15, I was learning a little bit more about like traction control and different engine sizes and things like that. So, and I know car brands fairly well, but I'm not a petrol head. But I've been thinking about getting the new Gran Turismo game, but again, a sim game like that just probably asks a bit too much time from me. This is what I came over here for. I have experimented with LED strips. People were saying maybe use them out this way. So maybe in the future I had them down here as well, just as testing out. I quite like these ones going through the like underneath cave tunnels or stuff like that, and then like warning signs. I like the idea of them lighting up just like small passageways and dark spots. So yep, possibly in future. All right, let's just stick to one thing and do it. So I'll head back over here. I think I'll chop away the back end of this and see how it looks. I should have the inventory space to do that without dying, and there's power roughly here to fly around with, so let's try that. Alright, cool. So this is gonna go. I'll do the outer pillars first, that might make more sense. I've got GT7 in the wrapper. Any particular reason why you haven't pulled it out yet? I saw there was some controversy initially with the microtransactions in the game, but I've heard that that's been since remedied. I'd like to get a wheel as well. Never played with a steering wheel before. Yeah, Project Eden Stinarchi has some amazing worlds. Don't think he still plays or uploads. Ah, that's a shame. It'd look really good to see his stuff in Unreal 5. Bits recently deleted a lot of signs because it started lagging his game. Yeah, I saw people comment that on my logistics floors. They're like, don't put down too many signs, it could lag your game. He did get extreme with it though, so just in moderation, probably no problem. Yeah, it depends. Signs that are used as LED strips are causing screen space reflections. So you're getting hit with like information relative to where this sign is. So if you got a lot of them crossing paths and conflicting, it might just be adding a lot to screen space reflections. But I imagine if their emission strength is set to off, for instance, you could probably have 1,000,000 signs and it wouldn't do anything. And a lot of my signs actually are set to emission strength 0. Some of them are set to 1, and they don't cause any streams. I don't think they cause reflections. They cause HDR, though, which is where the outsides of your screen gets dark relative to what you're looking at. So yeah, I guess ultimately I'm not too sure. You'd have to do some proper tests, but that could be why, you know. I think if you're turning it up to the emission strength and you're getting hit with all the lens flare and screen space stuff, they're reflecting off the ground then as well, depending if you've got coated concrete or not. It's probably a lot of reflections that the game's trying to process. I think, got that little gap there. I guess I could just plug that with something. Yeah. I'll have to leave that there for now, but I'm just wondering, if I was to get rid of this, and that pillar just stands there, what do I do here? Just extend the window into the wall, I suppose? You could do that. Is there any issue with that? Not really. Maybe a half foundation in here or something? Like this one? Just underneath. Let me just get rid of this. This. Have to be almost like that, but come in further. That worked surprisingly well. That was complete luck, because that could have just been like flickering and clipping with that. But it doesn't seem to do that, so that's good. Oh, and it would... Oh, right, yeah, sorry, actually, it would need to be raised. That's actually not what I need to do. Okay, I got it. I know what I'm doing. Finally. Alright, so, like this. Is that tilted? Oh, goddamn. Yeah. Oh, for God's sake. I keep making little mistakes, sorry. Let's just get rid of... I need this, but again here, yeah, that's it. That's the reference. That allows me to do this. So, 4. There we go. That's the way. I noticed the height wasn't the same. It was a bit of an issue. But that can go in there then. That can just extend down. That's nice and clean. Have I made another mistake though? Oh my god. Oh yeah, yeah. That's okay. It's okay. Panic over. Alright. Yes. Good, 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 good. So, this can just extend to there. And if you wanted to keep it really the same, you could even have the little thing connecting. So, a little weird, but I don't know, at least it's consistent, at the very least. It doesn't have that black line going up on the edge, so maybe you could even do that. Because it doesn't have that because of where it's placed. That might make it look a bit better. What do you think? Yes or no to that bar being there? That's it with it on. And this is with it gone. So just window into concrete, or should there be some sort of little line? All right, I'll just catch up on chat. Lumen's going to mess up lighting a lot in 8, I suppose. Yep, yeah. Trying to consider it when building at the moment. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about the LED strips, because apparently the light will act differently with those, so I kind of want to avoid using them until that. You're biking around then? I used to live in a town where there was just public transport, so I would, if I wanted to go to the supermarket or something. So I lived in a town called Horsham in England. Well, the long story is, when I turned 18 or so, I was in Carlow in Ireland in college, and I was in a little college town. So everything you just walk to. I lived in a little apartment, I would just walk there. And then for 3 months of the year, I'd be back with my parents in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by fields. and they would just have to bring me everywhere still. But when I moved to England and I got a job, I lived 3 minutes away from where I worked. Like, I just walked into the offices. So again, I was in walking distance of a supermarket and where I worked, so that's what I would do. Years and years go by, I moved to another town. Again, same situation, I would just walk to the supermarket. Getting a little weird when you're like 26, 27, carrying a bag, like a rucksack full of groceries home. Bit weird looking, but still did it, it's fine. And then what? Oh yeah, then I moved to a location where I'm at now, which is in between towns. So now I'm in a place where I just can't get groceries walking, at least not like a proper week's worth of shopping. It's a pretty decent walk to get to a small little kind of gas station. Sorry, I know I'm going off a bit of tangent. I've seen what you said. I'll answer it in a second. Anyway, long story short, where we are now means that we kind of needed to get a car. So Rosie just recently learned to drive. I want to learn to drive. I've just been really busy. So I plan on doing that soon. I have to send off my passport to do it as a non-UK citizen. They take your passport for like several weeks. They took Rosie's for like 8. So I won't be able to fly for 8 weeks, and I just had a couple of trips upcoming, so I've been waiting for a while until those are gone. So I've got one more trip going back to Ireland just really briefly for a few days, and once I'm back here, then I'm going to basically start learning to drive. But we bought a car. We bought our first car. I was really poor for the last 5 years. I'm not too bad now. Since doing the Let's Play channel, things have gotten way better. But when I was doing reviews, I was like month to month, so I just never had the money for a car to devote the time to learn to drive and stuff like that. So that's where we're at. Yes with the bar. Yes with the bar. Bar on. Like the beam on the side. Okay. Bar. Whoops. Bar it is. Could also bar the top and the bottom, maybe. It kind of hides away the supports of the hypertubes, which look kind of cool. I don't think I need this, but I just want to see what it would look like. Nah. I think it's fine without it. You could, I guess, do that. Yeah, nobody needs that in their life. Okay, that's fine. Alrighty. So yeah, maybe one on top, just to see. Good evening, Two Hands. That looks nice, good blending, yeah. It seemed to hide away those little supports and looks... When you color it black, you really don't see the seam either. Then it just looks like it's part of it, right? No? Yep, happy with that. Alright. And even though that's like, oh, it's a bit strange that it sticks out, it's just consistent with the rest of the place, so I'm okay with it. I think it's fine. Alright, cool. So now this back wall is just going to be open out to the world. We got to do this bit next, though. That's my train track lines, obviously. Totally, Sheldon, yeah. I'm looking forward to driving. Now that Rosie's been doing it, we have our own car. I'm just sitting in with her, obviously. Hey, thank you. Rosie brought me some chips.
Probably got too much.
Okay, thank you. Anyway. So yeah, it's kind of a shame the way it comes over this way. I'd like it to keep it even if I could just use this line, cut this all away. But eventually, somewhere here, you'll probably need to have that bit sticking out. Yeah, that's where it's like you're now too close and you'd have to turn the corner and go out to this extracting thing. I can find a way to tuck them in a bit better. Right. Rosie needs to be on stream, that accent. Rosie, do you want to come on and say hi? Said one sec. Yeah, I mean, she's actually done streams herself before, and so you can tell me, what did you just do? You went and got me that.
I just went out to the little food truck and got some chips for me and Darren.
How have you found driving?
It's great, love it, like one big video game. No consequences whatsoever.
Okay, there she is. Alright, looking good. Looking good. Alright, so we just kind of need to match what we've done over on this side. So I'll have to be nice and even, we'll have to give it this little side as well. So it's, yeah. I think the way that works is it's got to start here. Oh my god. Sometimes I jump with this thing on and I realize there's no power and I'm just going to die. But it's not too bad. 200 points scored for hitting pedestrians. You still get... Yeah, well, she said no consequences whatsoever, I guess. I was going to say you're going to get your wanted level up. But I suppose not. Not in Rosie's world. This is where it gets weird. I mean, I could always readjust these tracks to be more over to the left. But, I mean, it's tight. We're looking at... You're basically hitting the cliff when you're getting out there. And then I need to, like, figure out how to make that look a bit better. But I could. I mean, it's not in the center of its foundation. It could be in the center. Everything could be shifted over a little bit to the left, maybe. And this could be reserved as a path. That would make this work a little bit better. My cat's here now as well. Jesus Christ. Everyone jumping on me. Rail track cover tunnel. Yeah, so do you mean like here? Like a tunnel like there? Yeah, I was hoping to do that. And same on the other side. 500 for the grandma. Too soon. Hey, Vol. Always think you're playing Carmageddon while driving. I learned to drive a car when I was 10, only by looking at my father. I know Darren is even smarter than me, so I know Rosie will do just fine as instructor. Yeah, I've driven cars before. So, like, I feel like I physically know how to drive, roughly speaking. I'm not saying I'd be any good at it. I think parking would probably be tricky. But it's the rules of the road I don't know. Because I've just never paid attention. Like, I never have ever paid attention. It's been crazy driving with Rosie and, like, having to look at, like, how a roundabout works. I'm like, I had no idea. I don't know how I've never known this, but I just had no idea. And I've never recognized any of these signs or anything like that. So that's the thing that's actually the thing I need to learn most. It's just the signs, especially even in England. They're different than Ireland. So I've only been here 8 years, but since I've been here, I, like, never left. I've never been in cars. Almost always buses, but I don't get them very often because I lived right next to where I worked, or I've worked from home. So did that train go through? Yeah, it's gone now, isn't it? Yeah, free to chop this away now. All right, let's try to line these up a little bit better. No, you can't only move the right track. Are you crazy? It wouldn't be symmetrical then. Everything has to be symmetrical. You know what I should have just done though? I didn't look at where that started. Was it here? Fuck, I don't remember which line it was. Let me just test something. I'll just save this real quick. The one's called calculator. That's where I mentioned in the episode. But that's the ones where I use the Satisfactory calculator to move the entire top floor and invert it. Considering how y'all drive on the wrong side, it's different. That's the other thing. Video games have poisoned my mind with how to drive because I am actually used to driving on the right side in games, but over here it's obviously on the left. I just want to load back to here. I can check just the foundation tile that track was on, and then I'll move it. But yeah, where we live now, we lived here for 1.5 years, and it's been really, really, really bad, or annoying, I suppose, not having a card, because we'd always, even before COVID, we'd have to get things delivered, like for groceries and stuff. One, that's a little bit more expensive, but two, what started happening recently over the last 6 months to a year is just the wrong stuff would arrive. Or they wouldn't have it, so they substitute it with something else. So it's like, oh, okay, I'll order like, you know, from groceries, I'm gonna get like let's just say steak, chips, maybe pepper sauce, some veg, something like that, yeah? And then everything arrives except the steak. And it's like, okay, so I just don't have like this meal for the next 2 or 3 days, like I was planning on having these multiple days. Or you'd get burgers, and it's like, yeah, I need burger meat, buns, maybe whatever you want to put on the burgers, that kind of thing. And then it all arrives except the burger meat, or except the bun, something, you know? And it's like, dude, like, what am I supposed to do? And then you realize, like, well, the only other option then, when you don't have your meals set for the next few days, is, oh, I gotta order takeaway food then. Because it's either that or order groceries online again and wait 2 days for them to arrive. So it would end up just getting really expensive, and it was so frustrating. I was like, dude, we need to be able to just get our own stuff. But in fairness, we did move here. We should have known that. But you know. Anyway, 349-hour-old save. Yeah, people are like, oh, you should upload every single episode. I hate when you do stuff between episodes. I'm like, so you want 350 episodes? Wasting your life away building factories? Ah, it's my job. My job. I'm a factory engineer. Ain't nothing wasteful about it. Alright, so that's what I wanted to see, so that the seam in the track begins here. So on the wall foundation next to the door. Thanks, by the way, Hoffin. Appreciate the membership. Did that not pop on the stream? I didn't see it pop on the stream. Maybe it didn't, I missed it. I see it in the chat anyway, so thank you. Anyway, look where all the tracks enter. That's their original line. I know where the line was. I wanted to know where the original seam was on the foundation so that I know where the curve will be really nice how it goes in. Hey, Jerry. Appreciate the gifted membership. It doesn't say who it went to. Oh, it says it went to Adrian Clear. Welcome. And it's a senator membership too. I've never had it that bad where groceries literally never show up. That'd be really rough. But I've just had it with the wrong thing. And now it says Adrian Clear renewed their membership. So now I'm confused. Maybe it's the same thing? I don't know. Or you accepted it or something? Yeah, it says gifted. Okay, cool. Thanks. I don't know how many we're at. I should get one of those things where we put a counter on the stream or something. I think it's over 100 though. By the way, everyone who's a channel member, or anyone here now, anyone, my Discord is now open for business. You can go join it. I'll be a bit more active in there, especially towards the end of this month. And whenever update 8 comes out, we'll be putting up a Satisfactory server for people to play multiplayer on. But if you want to just chat about different games and stuff, and obviously there is a Satisfactory channel, everyone's able to join. It's discord.gg/WDP, or I'll see if this works. If I type Discord in the chat, it should come up with something. Nope. Oh, it did. Good. Alright, so now I know where the seam was. So what I wanted to do is do this. So we know that we're starting here, and I'm starting in the center now at the foundation. And it's got to go all the way up to that area. Okay? Also, Vol, I've enjoyed my time building these factories. Thank you very much. And also, I know Vol's probably just trolling anyway because he plays like RuneScape and stuff. Talk about wasting your life, am I right? I used to play RuneScape. Looks like we need a cut in the track somewhere here in the center. Alright, so that's one. Get this off me. This thing is so slow. I'll happily mod that when I'm done with the progression of the series to make that so much easier, because that sucks, that thing. I hate it. The range on how much power you need, like how close you need to be to the power, is ridiculous. Anyway, sorry, I haven't read the chat in a sec. Gonna have to figure out the server portion. Well, I ran a server for a while. I've got over 100 Anno episodes. So what is a few more? Yeah, exactly. I ran a server for Satisfactory for a while. I actually just recently closed it. It might still actually be up, but it's going to go down soon. I stopped paying it just recently. Because I know that, well, for one, not many people were using it anyway, because I didn't really advertise it. And two, the game's going to be changing soon. So when the game changes, we'll put up a new server. But this, I think it's relatively straightforward to get people into it. And it's optional. You know, nobody has to do it. Too sharp a turn. Yep. Really? Looks pretty straightforward to me. Yeah, it's pretty much aligned there. A little curvy. That looks okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Alright, cool. Let's try this one. Alright, cool. There's our 3 lines. Now giving us room to just add this walkway and stuff. I'll just reattach these so the trains can flow again. What do we have? Block, signal, block, and block. Okay. Alright, we're back in business. Easy as that. And we're looking, yeah, pretty smooth. And I think we're okay for clearing the cliff over there as well. Yeah, there's still a decent amount of space. Not that it would stop the train or anything, but just in how it looks. How expensive it is to keep up a Satisfactory Valheim or Zomboid server? It depends on where you go, but it's usually like $20 a month or something. Just recently I used G-Portal. So you can actually change the amount of players on the server, and that lowers the cost. So it's like for every additional player, it's like an extra $1 a month or something, typically. I got so much trash for delivering the wrong things. Just the messenger. Yeah, I hate when people do that. When they treat like... I don't understand. Me and Rosie have a big thing about this where... Why people in the service industry get blamed for things that are just obviously like not their fault. Like just clearly like not their fault. But they're the only person that I guess the customer can yell at, so they do. I just think that's such a trashy thing to do. But anyway, each to their own, I guess. I'm not trying to call anyone out, but I don't know, man. It's like, it's not their problem. Like, I didn't like yell at the guy delivering the groceries if my groceries weren't correct. Nice. All right, it works. Now we know. All right, I'm just going to continue doing out that side of the windows. So try to speed up a bit, though, now that we know what we're doing. Might have to move this. The power is the last thing I usually do in factories, so I'll just move that here. Connect that to there. Where does that go? It's such a mess. All right. Actually pretty good distance, but unfortunately I've just put this new pole right in the way of another one, so that's great. Good job. I was just thinking as well, though, if this is going to be the walkway, this is a pretty tight walkway now. Oh, I think that's just going to be the way it's going to be. If I want to keep consistent with the pillars, which you do. Alright, that's fine. How many hours? 350. How much time do you spend on editing your videos once you're done with one of them? So typically my recordings are like 3 or 4 hours long, and yeah, it usually takes me about, I don't know, 2 hours to edit it. Not that long. Because the edits in this aren't that complicated. I'm ultimately just cutting stuff out. The recordings might be 4 hours, but for those, it might be like 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours of actual like talking. And then I cut out the hour where I knew I wasn't going to speak about what I was doing. I was just going to time-lapse something, like speed it up. So you can see, obviously, in the editor, it's like, oh, well, that's a big blank section of the audio. Like, cut that out. That's an easy, like, visual cut. Or speed it all up or whatever. But then I usually just go into Premiere Pro and I turn it up to, like, 4 times speed and just play, speed through, like, watch it back 4 times speed and cut where I need to and stuff. Yeah, it's not that bad. Once in a blue moon, total... wait, hang on. Every once in a blue moon, Total does, but they all stream on Twitch. Oh, Total Eclipse, I see. Should the part you're about to build not be cut in by one more foundation to match the other side? No? That's one foundation there. And there's one foundation here. I know there's 2 here, yeah, but the pillars are going to be... yeah, well, the idea would be actually I'll be chopping that away. Although, the belts are here and stuff, so I don't know. No. How about that for the answer? This is just going to be the way it is, and then this is going to be where the tunnel area sort of begins. So think of this almost as like outside the factory. This is the final pillar holding up the support of one of the roof tiles. But that'll be it then. After that, there's no more pillars. I don't know if that makes sense, but once that's in place, it should look a bit better. So I'm just going to replace this one. I'll put it anywhere here just for now. And it doesn't matter if we just clip through. Alright. But this won't go up that high. It should go up as high as what was out there. So not all the way up to the very, very top, but high enough. The only issue I have with this, me personally, is just that, I don't know, it's a little, like, tight to walk through. We cleared up some more space, so I suppose you have this area. Shame I don't have, like, a... Is there a diagonal foundation? You know, like a corner? There might be. Like that. I want that, but not ramped. Is there a flat corner? That'd be nice, but I don't think there is. There's inverted corners, but they're ramps, ultimately. The chips are here. Yeah, they're in front of me. I just don't want to eat while I'm on stream. 350 hours, you're so patient? Yeah, I don't know. I've enjoyed it. It's all been fun. I'd say, like, if I was to time each time between builds, so I started with this factory, it was like, oh, first 10 hours. Maybe first 20 hours. And then it was like 30. This one came next. Then I was probably up to like 50 hours by the steel refinery. Then it was the motor factory. Like 60, 70 hours. Maybe we're getting up there. Then 70, 80 for the sulfur. And then Caterium, this one's a real small one. This is like 90, maybe 90. Then it's definitely like 120 for the screw factory. That took me a while. And then as I started coming up and doing like oil, my oil factory over all its life now is probably taking like 50, 60 hours. It's huge. Really, really big and complex. Then I did the addition to the oil factory, which is a big oil extractor out here, where I built a train with 13 carriages that carries oil all the way from there up to here. Just thought it'd be fun. Obviously, you could just build a power plant down there. But I thought, hey, this would be cool to make a train with that many carriages carrying oil into a power plant. It's a logistical nightmare, though, because if that train gets delayed, power cuts out, everything stops. So it's a real... You just do it if you enjoy pain. But But it was fun working all that out. So that then brought everything up to like 150 hours easy. Then things like quartz, the aluminum was a real big one. I feel like aluminum on its own took 50 hours. Then I feel like Caterium took probably like 50 just on its own. And now this one's probably taking about 52. So that's how we get up to where the numbers are now. So this whole area down here was done like so much quicker, but now the game is scaling so massively that you have to build bauxite extraction. You have to do all these different things just to get these factories to run. So then the hours start like flying up. Especially since, I mean, you could do all of this really fairly quickly if you didn't care about how neat it looked. I spend like a lot of time making things try to look nice. Admittedly, on streams here, I'm way slower because I'm trying to interact with you guys and read what you're saying. But on my own, I normally just like, I'm just building constantly and I generally just have a plan of what I'm going to do. Here, I'm just sort of feeling it out. So I'm just looking at this. This obviously has come in a lot. What have I done wrong? So that bit still has to come out. Oh, is that what that person was saying? That this is too far out? Right. I think that's what you're saying, was it? This is supposed to come in another foundation to keep it the same as that side. Ugh. Yeah, you're probably right, but I do not have the space for that. There's no room then. These would be way too squiggly, so that's got to be left the way it is. So from the outside, it's maybe going to look a bit weird. Let's just fly up here for a sec. That'll be sunken back in, whereas this side just won't be. I think it'll be okay. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to have to get more of that jetpack fuel. You can see if I have any over here. Can you overlay two of the down corner ramps, 180 degrees, different to each other, and then color them differently? Oh yeah, that'd probably make a triangle, right? Oh, damn. I don't think I have any fuel with me. No, I'm going to have to go somewhere and get it. Don't have to go too far, though. The oil plant isn't that far off. Just head down there. Seeing as it's nighttime anyway, might as well do it now. I got to tier 8, I think, with sprawling conveyors and machines thrown everywhere. The game goes, oh no. Now you need thousands and thousands of these widgets and boom. They're hard to get past. Yeah, the game just keeps scaling up, doesn't it? I kind of think it's a bit ridiculous. Like, I almost wish, instead of needing things like 80 constructors or 100 constructors, they made some like mega constructor machine that just took in more volume. It seems a bit really... I can't believe that people did this without blueprints, you know? Like, you put down 100 of these. Are you kidding me? And hook them all up individually? It's madness. Thank God that there's blueprints now. It's so much quicker. And even then, it takes a long time. That Oblivion soundtrack would be nice for this game. Yeah, it probably would be, yeah. Maybe I could put some on sometime. You want to hear if the chips are crispy or soggy? Yeah, so it's a fish and chip food truck that comes by once a week. And Rosie said they seem nice. I don't know. I could have a look. This is where you're missing the face cam experience. Let me just take one out. They're soggy. As in, oh shit. Ah! Totally fine. Nailed it. Yeah, I'd say like chips, they're thick cut, you know, and they have vinegar and salt on them. And they're for fish and chips, so they're normally like a bit more greasy and a bit more soggy. It's nice though. Thanks for letting me have one, guys. You're the best. They want to keep people busy. That's interesting, yeah. That could be true. Artificial way to like bloat out the content. That was really close. I wasn't looking at all. I just looked the last second. I was like, oh my god. You could probably see the speed down below. Ultimately, I'm going there. I could just fly out, but we'll drive the train around in a circle. Those chips are really nice. See, this is... I shouldn't have eaten any. Now I'm just going to keep wanting more. Alright, heading into the oil processing plant, the thing that's taken me many, many hours. Train crash would have been great TV, I should have let it happen. for the content, for the clips, for the viral. What did I come here for? Oh yeah, I need jetpack fuel. Alrighty, we made it. You have to do that first initial jump for your Blade Runners to kick in. I think it's down here. Yep. 4,800. That'll keep me going for a while. One thing I like to do when I'm here is flush the heavy oil residue buffers. They tend to just overfill slightly, but after like, I think it's about 5 hours, they fill up. There we go. It's just that one that needs to be done. Power was fluctuating here when we were at the beginning of the stream. I'd just be curious to see why that is. This is the ones that make all the fuel. 100%. They seem good. Yeah, 50. I think the ones at the very end are the ones that would be struggling, if at all. It's got 50. Yeah, they seem full. Yeah, don't know. All good. Let me catch the chat. Without YouTube videos like this, yeah, exactly. I was the same though as well. I would never figured out you could build amazing structures. Yeah, until I saw like other people's videos, I was like, holy crap. I didn't even know you could do an angled beam until people showed me in the last stream I did. I never even... Because I saw people do that. They were like, oh, press R. And I was like, obviously I know that you can press R to change mode. But then I didn't realize that just for this beam, just for this object, it makes it go directional and freeform. I was like, what? So you can like make anything with these, I guess. Because nothing else in the game operates that way, right? You change the mode of something, it's like, oh, do you want multiple or do you want one? That's usually what it does. Or do you want to build vertically? I'll let that autosave kick in. No, jetpacks don't accept turbo fuel. This factory, a lot of people say that they think it only makes turbo fuel. It makes fuel and turbo fuel. I mean, you need fuel to make turbo fuel. I could just go over it really quickly, but... Excuse me, anyway, so refinement is here. This is the first stage of the factory when I built my first few refineries. This is like super, super early days. I just had like 8 refineries here. So effectively, the way this place works is, in here, oil is extracted here. It goes through into this set of buffers, and then underneath it loops around. Yeah, it kind of comes up here so I can see the valve. It loops down and around, just feeds into these machines. And that's like all they do. They make plastic, they make fuel, that's kind of it. So they just sit there and they do their own thing. Fair enough. The next set of oil comes from another node that's further off into these buffers, and it feeds all of these plastic refineries. So crude oil comes in, we make plastic 400 per minute with a byproduct of heavy oil at 200 per minute. The byproduct of that heavy oil comes out around the back of it, loops around this way, and goes into that container we just saw, and that is made into a little bit of extra fuel as well. So this fuel line combines with the first set of refiners we just looked at underneath here. So this yellow line that goes out, that's fuel. The yellow line comes up, lets me check it, and then it merges into the other refiner's yellow line, and that line eventually just ends up going out here and into the turbo fuel area. So all of the fuel that's made on those pipes all comes in to be made into turbo fuel. So all of that yellow fuel, regular normal fuel, just gets made into turbo fuel in all of these refineries. And of course, to make turbo fuel, you need compact coal. The compact coal is coming in via rail and getting just fed down here into all of these. And that's the only turbo fuel I make. All of the generators... Oh yeah, sorry. And then the final thing would be, obviously, all these turbo fuel get fed into 20 generators. So there's 10 in this room. And then there's 10 in this room. There's no lights in this room. That's all the turbo fuel. That's all it's used for. Later on, I expanded the factory, and I made more stuff. So we made polymer recycling room. I'm trying to think where the... Oh, yeah. So I made that crude oil extraction area in the bottom right corner of the map. And that brings in something like 2,000 or something. I can't quite remember. Something like 2,000 fuel per minute, or crude oil per minute. And we'll just fly over to that now real quick. This is the extension, right? So that was all the plastic. This is the extension. So anything beyond this point, out this direction, was extension. This is the pump house handling all of that crude oil that's coming in from that train. So 13 carriages. It takes 8.5 minutes for the train to make a run back and forth. So about 16 minutes in total to get a delivery of oil. In that 16 minutes, we feed all of these refineries. I think it's 40 in total. And we actually have oil for a little bit more if I want. On 4 different pipes, I want to say, into all of these refineries. So these 4 different pipes feed these 40 different things, and in sets of 10. And that's great. It turns the crude oil into fuel. All of that fuel then goes into all of these generators, of which I believe there's 50. And they're all overclocked. So it's the equivalent of having 150. Or, well, not so much. It's 250%, so... and initially the idea was to stack these on top of each other, but just to save time and space and effort with all the piping, just overclocking them made it work out way better. So this portion of the factory, all of this is fueled by just regular fuel. Now, if I upped my compact coal game, we could throw them all into extra turbo fuel refineries and get even more out of it, which maybe I'll do, but I don't think so. I think I'll just move to nuclear now. So that's how this place works. That was what this place ultimately does. So head back up to the train station now. You get more fuel efficiency if you transport fuel packaged, not in liquid form. Yeah, too late for that now. Interesting though. Can you package crude oil? Because I transport crude oil. I never transport fuel currently. I was just going to say, the only other addition this factory received not that long ago, we'll just have a look at it really quickly. When making all of that fuel, we had this huge byproduct then of polymer resin. And that goes into these to make rubber. So, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe then. You could just set up, I guess, packages. Oh, shit. Have any bullets? I do have some bullets. Oop. Alright. Yeah, so that area that I came from was over there. So all that polymer resin just flows out into this area. Polymer recycling, that's where we make rubber. You mix some water with rubber, bish bang biddly, and you're good to go. That was really fun doing that out as well. We got a huge amount of rubber from it. I think it's something like 1,200 rubber in total now. The rubber, logistics, and recycling. So the rubber that I don't use, it goes up to a train station, and if it's not used in the train station, an overflow splitter takes it and throws it into the awesome sinks. And then the very last thing would be in one of the most recent episodes, I expanded this place out yet again further. Out this way. I had one untapped oil node. Not doing much. I think it's 300. It's a normal node. Or impure, maybe. And, it's just making... Oh, yeah. I forgot. It's actually making direct heavy oil. At 400. And then it's also producing a byproduct of resin, which I think I ended up sending out to the same place. Or just into an awesome sink, yeah. So that then goes into petroleum coke, and we needed that for... I think I needed that for the factory we've just done, yeah. Anyway, kind of hard to follow, but it's just interesting. This factory is like modularly grown. Like there's no way I would have planned for all that from the beginning. It's just I've added and added onto it over and over again. All right, let's get out of here. Let's fly back to our place. Let's build the rest of that wall so we can say we actually did something. Although, oh yeah, I'd like to check if the place is running well now. We've left it running quite a long time. It probably is, but I don't know for sure. Just check really quickly if I got any ammunition. Oh, the chips. They're backing up on me. Yeah, we do. Rifle ammo. Once I hop on the train, I'll set it to automatic, and then I'll just read my chat to catch up. Alright, take me to the gas export line. One thing I'll do as well, I'm just going to make the train a little quieter. Oh, maybe you can't? I thought you could. Factory volume, maybe? I'm sure it's in there somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Tractor, truck, train? It'd probably say locomotive or something, wouldn't it? I don't know where it is. I probably just walked by it twice. Explorer, tractor, truck, drones, miner, power, water. I don't know. Alright. That's an insane amount of plastic and rubber production. Is it all getting sunk? What's your points per minute? It's not all getting sunk. Well, some of it's being used in different things. The rubber is being used in so I have a crystal oscillator factory, so the rubber travels along there and gets used in there. But I could check an awesome sink and see what we're making. I'm not actually sure. You don't get a lot from packaging. When you pack, you need to unpack as well. Alright. You also need a lot of power, so obviously you're getting more efficiency out of the fuel, but then you need to build more power to sustain the things doing it, so I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I just read you say that, yeah. You should ask ChatGPT how many workers your factories would employ in real life by listing the number of each type of factory you have. I mean, you can do that. I've never used ChatGPT, so I don't plan on doing that for that. Alright, we're back. Excuse me. Why did I go down there? It was to get jetpack fuel. Oh, yeah. Alright, this is the area we'll do next. Try to be quick about it now. It's been taking a while. So I'm going to leave the pillars where they are. We've got the location in position. So it's just a matter of hooking up the half-frame foundations. And then putting the windows in. The half-frame foundation 1. There, right? Another one on top. Get rid of that one. Do this. Rotate. Sneaky. It turned itself around on me. Hello? There we go. Okay. Now to match our little buddy on this side. Okay. I think it's there. Hard to tell. Best way just to be 100% sure is just to count how many there is. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. And turn my music back on. Oh, it's still on, but it's really quiet actually, and a different song is playing. Alright, good. Elitist, I don't have your save file, you elitist YouTuber. Just so you know, I just started up Satisfactory and tried overlaying those two different colored down corner ramps, and it works, gives you a diagonal line. Let's do it then. Alright, let's start with foundation, just go 1. How do I just get a foundation at the bottom? I feel like it's hovering beneath, but whatever. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. That's 1 meter, so we need 2, right? Let's see. So, let's see what you said specifically. Down corner ramps and the inverted, right? Oh, maybe not inverted even. Down corner ramp. Oh, yeah. I see. Well, I kind of see. How do I get... Well, then I need the invert. I'm confused. Did I do it wrong? Down corner ramp 1. Inverted down corner ramp. Sorry, yeah, that's why. Well, no. You need to spell it out for me because I'm an idiot. So, I've got this one. I see that material. Obviously, that material can be changed. But then I need something... like the same thing, right? But on the other side... But yeah, I don't really get it. How do you guys feel about Planet Zoo? Super awesome, in-depth game. Would it be an epic Let's Play? Nah, Party Elite's got that market sewn up. Not inverted. But if it's not inverted, and I just use the same one... Oh, I think I get you. So you just, clip them. Can't do zooping with this. Doesn't let me zoop. No zooping. Not sure how I can get it to flip then. Use another down corner ramp and turn it 180 degrees. But I can't put it on the same spot. You know what I mean? Like, how do I get it on the same spot? I guess if I do it there, maybe look at this one. It says an identical buildable is already built there. So that would do it, but it says you're not allowed to do that. So doesn't seem to be working unless I'm doing something wrong. Don't sink it down, but then it's just a ramp. I don't want the ramp. And it needs to be flat. Like the same flatness. And wouldn't it just clip if I did it the other way? Like, oh, it doesn't seem to. Let's see. This is the thing. One of them has like a priority on the other one. Oh, but you're. I got it. Oh no, I don't, because you can't put it in the same spot. Oh my god. So that's the only way I can think to do it, right? But it's not gonna work, because materials are different heights, like by the, like, you know, millimeter. Sons of the Forest Let's Play. Yeah, I saw that. I don't plan on doing that. I saw what's his name, Total Eclipse doing that to massive success. Hey, thanks, Bull. Nobody answered him when I said it. He says, chat, how do you guys feel about Planet Zoo? Would it make an epic Let's Play, is what he said. That's your first super chat. It says I can celebrate it. How do I do that? Celebrate the first super chat from Heinrich Volstad. Use 2 of the triangle ones. So again, if I use... Let's get rid of that. This is a down corner ramp. If I use this, it won't let me declip it. There is a triangle like that. And like this, but again, it won't let me put 2 in the same spot. So, I don't know. So until someone works it out and it says 100% this is how you do it, I'm just going to leave it, because otherwise I'll spend forever on this, like the trains again. So either I'm getting bad info, or I'm not doing it correctly. So you have to spell it out, explain like I'm 5, use the exact name of the material, the exact name of the thing, and the exact procedure you want me to do it at, and then I'll do it. But until I get that info, I'm not going to try it again. Try adding 1 normal meter foundation, offset it using the road barrier. That'll clip into the foundation on the sides. It's alright. Maybe. If someone can do that for me and say if it works or not. Otherwise, I could try that kind of thing on my own. I just don't want to do too much trial and error while on stream. I don't know. I just feel bad wasting people's time. Last time when I was like working out the train logistics and it was like an hour went by and I never solved it, I felt so bad because I was like, oh my god, it's an hour just led to nothing. And some people will say like, well, it's the figuring out that's part of the fun, but to me it was like, no, that should never happen again. No one seems to be answering Vol about Planet Zoo, so I'm sorry, Vol. I guess that's your answer. When I use 1 meter high ones, it doesn't let me place the second one. 2 meter ones work. You got it. Good job, Tom. Thank you. That's kind of cool. Yeah, we could even do it up here actually instead. Whoop. And I'll make it in the next video. I'll be like, I just thought of this on my own. I'm going to take full credit. Nobody helped me with this. Delete the stream. Perfect. That's pretty cool. Shame we can't do this. Is there a way to get this not on the grid? Like, I'm not holding control right now. It'd be nice if I could just, like, move that myself. Oh, I guess you could do this. Yeah, it won't ever line up properly, though, I guess, but kind of cool that you can still do it to an extent. Like, I'd want to do something like that. I suppose if you just angle... Yeah, I'll play around with that, but I might be able to get it where it's lined up nicely. Try it one more time in just a second. Fair, fair. I was surprised to see so many people were into... Like, Total X Clips, as a channel that I've just, like, you know, observed as a similar size to me. He's bigger than me, but similar size to me. For him to do a series on that game, I just wouldn't have thought that that would appeal to the same audience, kind of. So that was kind of interesting seeing that. But I'm hoping to start some new series of my own soon, but I don't know exactly when yet. I have to just free up my schedule a bit. I feel like by the end of the month I'll have decided on what I'm going to do. Suggestions are welcome, but ideally newer is better, if possible. I mean, at the very least, you can still have that and it still works. I don't even know if that's going to go there. There's going to be a stairwell that rises you up and over, so that might be good enough, you know. Anyway, we'll leave it for now, because this is the focus. Let me turn that music down. It's getting increasingly loud. Alrighty, how are we looking on time? 3.5 hours. Alright, we'll do another 30 minutes and we'll call it. But yeah, I really like the, that does look great. Gonna use that in the future wherever I can. It's really great, so appreciate the help on that. This is a tight squeeze, but you know, this happens in places. Alright, so road barrier. Let's go with the rest of this roof. And then pretty much when I'm done with this wall, we'll just see if this factory is running correctly, because that was one of the whole points of this, was tracing down that problem, which I seem to do. We did fix a couple things right at the beginning, which I think were the culprits of the inefficiencies. Leave a maintenance gap if it doesn't line up. Yeah, that's always nice. Yeah, that's cool. Put a little sign down or something, yeah. Okay. 7. That was 7. I thought it was 9. Ooh, it's 8. Okay. Let me just go up a floor. But all right. One thing I will say though, I'm pretty confident that my at least Satisfactory streams will be every Monday. I think I can definitely deliver on that. I want to do Anna streams as well, but I don't know the day for them just yet. So at least every Monday we'll have one of these. All right, that should be 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. And like I said, if you haven't already, be sure to join my Discord. You do not need to be a channel member anymore. If you are a channel member, in the future there will be other perks for you. Working on that, like such as getting into, if I run multiplayer servers and stuff. And you'll have a unique role on Discord and stuff like that. But you know, the servers is really probably where the big payoff would be, I suppose. And you get your name in the credits and things like that, so I appreciate people who've done it. Alright, right, it's just these windows left, then put the painted beams on, and then see you later. Alright, paint me. You blueprint rails and have more flexibility. You can blueprint rails. On the website Satisfactory Calculator, they used a mod, I think, to let you do something called a mega blueprint, which is a blueprint machine that's just bigger than the regular blueprint, right? So it is a mod. However, if your game is unmodded, you can still import their blueprints in. And someone has made the basically every junction you'd ever need, all in a really nice, clean, simple style. So if you wanted to, you go to satisfactorycalculator.com, use that person's blueprint, and never have to worry about Rails ever. I don't want to do that. Not that I have any problem with it, but I've got blueprints for my own Rails, so I'm good using what I've got. And then when I do junctions, I've never blueprinted it because I can't fit it in the blueprint designer, and I don't want to do modded things in my playthrough, because the good thing about doing a playthrough that's kind of beginner friendly is that when someone's like 30 episodes deep and they want to know how to do something, they never have to question if it's a mod or not. Everything I do on these videos are all doable in the vanilla game. Now, when I finish the game, well, then it's open season. I'll be like, if you want to know how to go through the game, you know, phase 1 to phase 8, whatever, you probably have 70 episodes to do that from start to finish. And then we'll maybe do a new series or something where it's just, let's throw in some mods, let's get crazy with it, and yeah, play with the different various updates. That's the other thing, updates break mods, so if you use mods and then an update breaks it and the mod author never continued it, suddenly then people are watching a video that they can't even do what you're doing. So I've tried to avoid doing that. As much as I love mods, and as tedious as some of the things can be, I just think generally speaking it's better not to use them for a series when people are trying to also learn. I did clip my machine signs, yes. That's the only thing you can't do that I've done. And I'll show it again for those who don't know. Is it on this floor? It might be on the floor right above me. Assembly logistics. Always forget what floor I'm on. Refinement and construction. I think it's that one. Yep. Yeah, here we are. So these things. So you can see I can't aim at those signs. And that's because in the blueprint, you can make one of these, by the way. So here's the thing. You can do this without a mod. Actually, I do remember my justification for it. You can do this without a mod. The way you have to do it is you put the signs down first. Change the signs, like to say stuff, and then build the foundries, which you can do. It doesn't say that the foundry's clipping into the signs, so you can totally do it. It's soft collision. It's just super tedious if you don't use a mod to clip in and just change the numbers. So go have fun with it. But I use the mod to take a shortcut to make it quicker. But in the Blueprint Designer, which I don't have one right now, there's one over there. If I loaded this up, you'll see it's in there, and you can just make this. And you basically do it by, again, I want to say, I guess I don't have the sign with me, but if you go organization, something like this, you know, sign like here, you raise it to the height that it needs to go, you put another one on top of it, you get rid of that one, so now this one's just floating. And if you want it to come down a bit lower, then you'd go like, okay, well, I needed it to actually be here, you know, something like that, and then chop those two away. Sorry, put that one back on or whatever. I don't know. You know what I mean. You can like do it this way where you raise it just like a little bit and you attach onto the bit that's raised, and that way you're starting at a lower point. It's really finicky, but you can do it for free. No mods needed. And then you just you say like, yeah, I'll get my foundry, and you just line it up, and then you save it as a blueprint if you want, and then you're able to keep doing it. Or you could do these all by hand. Go have fun with that. But I use the mod to make it quicker. But it is doable technically in the vanilla game, just not the way that I did it. Not as quick as I did it. I did it by, well, I'll show you what I did. I'd have to reload the game after this, so I'll just save it. There's no downloadable save, I'm sorry, not yet. Do you get Steam achievements in the save? I don't think there is saves in, Steam achievements on Satisfactory. Because the game's not in 1.0 yet. So this is what I did. Fly. No clip. Fly slow. And then if you clip yourself in, and then there you go. So that's how you do it. And I suppose that happened for these as well. So constructors can look like that. Like I said, you can just place the signs first. But if you didn't want to do this manually a million times over, this is just a quicker way of not having to place the signs first and then the machines. But in theory, you can do it without mods. It's just, why would you? But anyway, yeah, so I'll just reload that. The reason I'm loading is because if you turn off flight and no clip, my movement is like really weird now, and I don't know how to change that. It's like I've got extra momentum. Like I'm holding S and I'm not moving back almost at all. So it messes with your movement. So I pretty much never fly. How far into the game should I see my factories as temporary? Well, it depends. There's two trains of thought, I think. One is that you should never delete any factory. Just leave it there. Always be moving forward and consider nothing temporary. Consider everything you're doing as permanent. So you just build something, you try to plan ahead, you build something, and you put it down. And let's say you're using like 3 iron deposits for your first iron factory. It's like, well, just leave your first iron factory there. There's another 200 iron deposits in the world. Go somewhere else to build another bigger one. That's one train of thought. The other train of thought is, my factory is now redundant. It's not making what it needs to anymore. I've now unlocked better stuff, better belts and all this. Instead of trying to upgrade it, I'm just going to tear it down and rebuild it in the same place. So that's a pure temporary factory. There's no right answer to it. It's whatever one you think would save you less time, I suppose, or you feel like it would be better. I was initially going to tear down everything, but people in my comments said don't. It's cool seeing the old stuff still in the world. So I'm largely going to leave everything there the way it was. And that way, you kind of explore more of the map as well. I still haven't gone out here, so there's lots for me to do. And out here, there was like so many enemies that I just left it. A truck has run out of fuel. I gotta go fix that. That seems really weird for a truck to run out of fuel over there. Over there. But that can have fairly serious knock-on effects. I just want to fix that. Sometimes the trucks are really buggy and they tend to get stuck, and they're driving through cliffs and stuff, so I feel like they're supposed to just follow the tracks when you're not near them. The path layout, I mean. But sometimes you'll see that they've reset to world coordinate like 00, And they get all messed up. Anyway, what's up, Darren? Good to see you. The streams are back. Hey, G4E. Renovation to redesign. Yeah, so I've kind of gone with a hybrid, right? I've largely kept all my factories intact. I've updated and added on to them. Sometimes I'll modularly add on to them, as I showed with the oil processing plant. But I realized I was making computers just in a completely wrong, small factory. Like, it was way too small for what I was doing. So what I'm going to do there is I'm actually going to leave the building standing, but remove all the machineries and power it down. So it'll be an abandoned factory, which I think is kind of a neat concept too. So it was built somewhere where there was no deposits. It was just such a random one to build. It'd be interesting to go back to the episode and see why I chose to do that. But just here, there were certain components I got from down here and certain components I think I got from over there, maybe here. And I decided, yep, they're going to combine in this factory in the middle of nowhere. Because it's in the middle of nowhere, I don't feel so bad about tearing it, leaving it empty, because it's not like I'm wasting a deposit by clearing it out. So that's the plan there. Takes on a tour of the factory sometime. Yeah, I feel like when I finish the game, I'm going to do like world tour. You know the way you see videos where it's like 500-hour world tour. Here's what I learned or whatever, you know? Probably do something like that. Supposed to be a YouTuber after all. I hear this is what they do. I've got some turbo fuel on me, so they should be okay. So this is a quartz delivery truck. And it seems like it's gotten stuck for some reason. So continue, please. And then the other two seem to be stuck as well. Like, I don't know why this isn't moving. Like, why wouldn't you be moving? The path in front of you is clear. You're out of fuel. And you've probably burned out of your fuel now as well. And somehow it's moving. I don't know what's going on there. I need this truck's fuel. It has the rest of my turbo fuel. There's no sound coming off this one either. Didn't mean to get into it. This other truck is just moving without fuel, and it just ran me over. Running on fumes. How's that happening? And they were both stalled. I feel like maybe it knows it was supposed to be able to make it here. Oh, has it died? I think it may have just died. It just died. Yeah, it's running on fumes. Right, I'll just drive it the rest of the way. Oh wait, I can't. There's no fuel. Good job, Darren. Put some crap fuel into it for a bit. They should get refueled when they head down to the other place. But for some reason, they've all just gotten stopped. I'll just grab some turbo fuel out of this one. Can't remember how to do it. Is it right-click drag? Let me just take it for a second. There we go. Right, so when they make it down to where they're supposed to go, they should get refueled down here. So I don't know why they didn't. Maybe I should find that out, actually. Maybe I'll just quickly check on that. Because they should have had fuel. They should never have stopped for no reason. Confidence said something about not building in caves. I don't build in caves. I just drive through them. I guess I technically I've built something in this cave. Come on. Come on. Yeah, there we go. All right. Don't know if you know this, but I noticed you keep your power on continuously when going up with the jetpack. Yeah, I just feel like tapping power is kind of annoying to watch, so don't do that. You can also crouch and tap power and you'll go up really high. If you spam crouch and spam tap power in a jetpack, you tend to go quite high. Well, there's a problem. The natives. I don't know why there's no sound on this. Oh my god. Tried to crouch jump off of it. Damn near broke my legs. Alright. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that this has power or fuel. It doesn't. I know what's gone wrong. So the reason this doesn't have power is because there's a bug with that route in the game where it's been reset to 0. There's 2 trucks here set to 0, 0, and I can't find them. Even when I clipped through the ground, I couldn't find them. Might have to go into like Satisfactory calculator or something to fix them. The truck stuff is so annoying the way it always like bugs out like that. There's just one other truck I need to get to down here then. This one seems to be stalled as well. Sorry, is it mixed fuel and then does it not refuel in the station? Not sure what you mean. It has turbo fuel as a packaged product in its back, and then it does get the fuel at its station. These are the ones delivering the turbo fuel, and they seem to just be stuck. They have merged into one somehow. Alright, I'll just manually move them out of the way. Wait, that's fun. Great stuff. Alright, if I get out now, it should figure itself out. Don't know about this one, though. They tend to have trouble getting up this hill. I guess they... But if you're not there, it shouldn't be doing... Anyway, I don't know. Let's just get this one where it needs to go. Make a manual delivery. That'll refuel the quartz, and then everything will be fine. Kind of fun to spot that issue, though. I only remember the experiment when it burned through batteries really fast, so you still only... I'm not using drones yet to move fuel. I wanted to, but I haven't set up a battery factory yet. Next factory I plan on doing, after now I've done fused modular frames and heavy modular frames. Next factory I plan on doing is a computer and supercomputer factory and high-speed connector factory all in one. And then after that, batteries for drones, and then nuclear power. Alright, so that's the manual delivery made. You guys should be good to leave me alone. Can I make a truck and get out of here? Or car? Missing oscillators. Missing rubber. Got what I need for a tractor. Let's drive this. Alright, off we go. Back home. The Gremlin. Hours in this playthrough? 350 so far. I would say almost 150 of those hours I've been just doing cosmetics. Before Blueprints, I was building all of these like little railway bridges and stuff just to make them look nice. It would take me so long. This is like Mass Effect Andromeda without the shower scenes. Can't say I played Andromeda. It was gifted to me by Sai. Never played it. Oh my god, this is fucking spider on me. Freaking me the fuck out. I don't swear very often on my YouTube channel. Spiders will do that. I'm efficient? Yeah. I think I'm relatively OCD. But see, the thing is, I play it for YouTube, so I'm obviously I want to do things that look good or you know make sense or are organized for everyone else to see. So there's also that. I think if I was recreationally playing a little bit, it wouldn't be as like particular about how I make things look. I need a chopper. I need a drone. I should be flying my own drone. To be honest, this is just slower than running, so let's just get off. I need the Explorer, but I forgot to get, I didn't have my crystal oscillators with me. Bottom looks pretty good, actually. Taking shape. How do you feel about blueprinting multiple machines per blueprint? You mean making a blueprint that has 2 types of machines inside of it? Is that what you mean? Personal drone, something like from a... Oh yeah, yeah. I know you're using blueprints effectively. I had them available in my save when I last played, but I didn't really put them to use yet. Yeah, I tend to make a custom blueprint for a particular build I'm doing. So I'm like, okay, I'll make... Like, I know I need 60 constructors. I'm gonna like make them and tailor them specifically for this factory. I don't use those ones again. Like, they might have certain dimensions or gaps between them to fit the floors that I've designed, if that makes sense. So I tend to have like specifics that I don't really reuse, but it still saves huge amounts of time. So this, just trying to think, this one, glass began right there. I suppose I could just do that again. Although it feels like the roof should come out further here because the train station's there. Yeah. That way it's not just some super symmetrical build either. I don't necessarily like just making a carbon symmetry build all the time. It's kind of looks nicer when you've got some stuff like offset. And that'll be the exit. And so we'll have a tunnel here that leads out. I don't know why I just did that. I could just fly up there with the hypertubes. I mean, 4 constructors in a row. Yeah, I've done that. Trying to think of where I did it. Oh yeah. There's 16 in this one. I think it was maybe as many as I could use, and I did that with the aluminum factory. 8 smelters? Is that what you mean? Multiple machines per blueprint. Yeah, so that's... Yeah, oh yeah, because you might have only seen just recently. Like, if you watch how I built the aluminum factory, I was slamming down, I think, like 20 machines in one blueprint, or as many as I could. It was only just recently I changed it to having 1 per blueprint and then just, like, laying them out in a row. Yeah. I think I did it a little bit with the crystal oscillator factory, too. Alright, so that was the glass over that way. Let's just go upstairs. My chips have gone cold. Gotta wrap it up though, it's getting quite late. Let's just finish this side off. Oh, I just realized, actually. Trying to think if the pillars need to come up any higher here, or if this is just like a... This could be like an open kind of terrace area. Yeah. Alright. One sec. Alright, there we go. So the whole point of this was to make this the back wall. Alright. And this could be like a little open terrace thing. Find the barrier and maybe, I don't know if it needs to be on the very edge. Feels like it should be in a bit. In fact, you could even do this. Weird. Yeah, that's kind of weird. All right. Let's see. Waiting for area fill on these things. Oh yeah, that'd be nice. First they were soggy, now they'll be rock hard when you I'm not gonna microwave them. Are you kidding me? I've actually almost completely stopped using the microwave altogether. So when I reheat food, I just use the oven. I have an air fryer now as well, which is kind of decent. Air fryer would be something I'd do with those chips. That would crisp them up without making them rock hard. Yeah, I think air fryer would be a good idea. All right, so yeah. Yeah, just before I go, maybe I'll just show the Crystal Oscillator Factory. People might be interested in seeing that if you haven't seen it before. If you haven't seen any of this stuff before, I've got a Let's Play series. It's 55 episodes deep. If you like the bigger builds, some of these ones, they take like 2 or 3. This one I think took 4 to get everything working. It makes 16 fused modular frames per minute. Really happy with it. Seems to be working totally fine. That's why I'm just doing a little bit of the cosmetics now. Forgot that this is actually just like that. There we go. I agree with Tom. Going back to what you said earlier about not getting access to games as early as the creators junior being blackballed. I said blacklisted. Blackballed sounds fucking... sounds rough. I watch your channel for the high quality content, not because you play a game 5 minutes after release. Yeah, and I appreciate that, and thank you. Yeah, like I said, the series I've done well with have been games that came out before I cover them, so it's not something I live and die by, but it is something like where I've done certain series where I did do it the day it came out, and it helps drive growth. More people are looking at a game when it first comes out than pretty much ever, unless you give them a guide or something. People can find that then. So if you, at my stage of my channel now, I'm like, yeah, these series are good. They're slowly dropping off. So you have to start thinking, okay, well, what am I going to do in future? I've actually got Rosie had a genius idea. I think it's a great idea anyway, for a Satisfactory series. I won't reveal it yet, but like a sub-series I could do to continue this almost indefinitely. Don't want to reveal it just yet, but I think it's a great idea, so I'll definitely try it. I'll have to put the word out for it eventually as well. Anyways. When covering other games and thinking like, okay, what series am I going to cover next? It's just, if there's a game coming up that's popular, like for instance, City Skylines 2, again, another Paradox game actually. That's one that like I would love to be in there day one playing it, you know? And be there with the other creators as well if they have it early. If not, whatever, I think I'll still probably play it because I'm just looking forward to it. The other game would be like Manor Lords. So Manor Lords was given to me early and I had like really great boost in viewers and subscribers at the time. So it is just the reality of like, sometimes I say like this job is almost like being like a taxi driver or something. It's like you choose your own hours, you go out, and the more you work, the more you make. And you know, if you want to be out driving all day, but there's also the element of, and it's kind of random. It's like sometimes you just get someone who has a really good fare, wants to go far away, and other times you just, I don't know, there's maybe not that many people out that night. I had another aspect of that analogy, but I've kind of forgotten it now. Yeah, but you can certainly be informed about certain things. If you know, for instance, that there is a football game on at a certain place, it's like, well, there's going to be fairs over there, right? People are going to be going home at this time. So that's the equivalent of like, I want to get that video early. If I can get it early, those days, it's not just the money, but I'll be growing a bit faster, which is kind of something I'm more interested in at the moment. My views and everything are totally fine, and I'm very happy, and I feel quite lucky that things are working out. But my growth is actually really stagnant, and if growth is kind of stagnant, that means you're actually probably just losing people, because if you're not pulling in a few thousand every month, there's always a portion of people that are probably falling off just naturally, which is fine. So that's just something I consider. It's like, well, if I'm going to cover something, as much as I'd love to just play Minecraft, as some people have asked me to, I think as much as I'd love that, truly, I think it's probably smarter to cover something that's new, like what the hell is happening here? Like a City Skylines, you know. But I appreciate it's very kind words though, either way. Yeah, so it's like you can work long hours and that helps, but timing and planning, like you said, also helps a lot. What's my opinion on Transport Fever? I really like it. Yeah, really good. I guess I like it, but I kind of prefer like Anno as a logistics game, and Railway Empire I thought was really good. I need more time with it though. I only really stayed in one era. I never got to like the modern era with it. And sorry for spending so long here. Let's just go. The final thing I'll do today is just see if this factory is now running quite correctly. And let me just chop away these floors. That'll give us a good effect. So I'll just go up one floor at a time now. I don't even know what floor I'm on. I really need to like label where I'm at. Petroleum coke. I think okay. Yeah, the suspense. I think it's a great idea. I think as soon as I start to, if it does well, other YouTubers are just going to take the idea immediately. So I got to do it myself. But it was Rosie's idea. We thought of it while we were on that trip. And I say we, because I was looking for some idea, and then she just nailed it. Not the most original. People have done it for like other games, but doing it for Satisfactory I think could be really cool. Anyway, enough teasing. I'll talk about it when we actually have it in the works. Probably won't be till the end of the month. Again, unfortunately. Almost died. I'll have to fix those edges as well. All right. I agree with the foundation thing out there. I might change it to metal or something else. I like the idea of it being a place you can just walk, though. I just kind of think that's kind of cool. This one's like a glass, you know, thing that we can look into. The back of the factory has like a different style to it as well. Wonder, does this pillar, could this pillar just travel all the way up? And would that look weird in future? I might do that in future. It's a bit far over on the one side. Yeah, I'll think about that. Alright, well anyway, the idea was just to cut those away. I'll have to cut the sides away, and let's just get the top bit out, and then we'll check the efficiencies of everything, and we should be good to go. Anyway, you haven't died yet. No, still haven't died yet. I'm pretty low on health now. I'm playing with fire. I'm using the hoverback as well. I don't have any nuts, do I? Nope. I'll be fine. Not that it's a big deal, but it's kind of cool. It's like, oh, I've never actually died yet. Oh no, I'm leaving crates. Alright, we'll just leave it at that for the moment. Let's see how we're doing now. Oh, I'm still seeing yellow lights. God damn, man. Short on beams. Oh, so it's different than before. The modular frame issue is fixed. Alright, let's follow this downstairs and see what's going on. Let me just check one other thing actually really quickly. Yeah, beams is just a bit low. Hey, Rose? Rosie? She has her headphones in. She's playing with the cats and she's like screaming. One sec. Alright. It's just funny. I could just hear her playing with the cat like, good girl, good girl. I just want to close my door. Alrighty. Alright, let's find this beam issue. So our beams evenly get divided between everyone, so that's fine. I just have to wonder if they're not coming up as fast as they should be. Let me look in my Excel and I'll see how many beams we're supposed to be making. In case industrial beams, we need 120, so the belt only ever needs to be Mark II. Follow that belt around, just make sure of that. Mark II, Mark II. I'm not seeing any gaps. Good. It becomes Mark I here. I guess that's because it's 120 split into two, so 60 there. 60 there. Oh, there's your issue. That's not quite right to do that, I don't think. Because it's 120 divided by 3. It should be 40. 40 on that, and 80 on this. That's the issue. Okay, that was an easy one to spot. I think someone did actually mention that before. So yeah, this should stall and get backfilled quicker, and then the rest should come out that way, I think. Anyway, not saying you should do this, but if you gave us your save file, we could try find all the Oh, no. That's part of the fun, man. It's gotta be me who fixes everything. Where were the cats when you went to Roma? We only went for 3 days and we just hired a cat sitter to come by and look after them. So there's like apps and stuff for people who live nearby that say like, yeah, you know, I've got cats, we can go come look after them. So you meet them like the day before, you give them the keys, you tell them like your cat's routine or whatever, and then that's it. You just have to kind of trust that they're okay. They usually have reviews. We have a go-to lady that we use. We've used her before. She's nice. And Rosie's looked after her cats. So I died once during the last 40 hours because I play on passive. A lot more enjoyable. What's my favorite game? Favorite game ever. Favorite games ever would be Rome Total War for the time it came out. Certainly was like a favorite game of mine. But just generally off the top of my head, like recently, like Anno 1800 is one of my favorite games ever, probably. Final Fantasy VII, Metal Gear Solid 3. Rome Total War. The Last of Us, the first one. These are like top 5 contenders for me. Easily. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty much it. I used to play a lot of like Battlefield and DayZ and stuff. They used to be... How do you know the cat sitter doesn't sniff your undies? Well, I had cameras, so that could be one way, I know. But, you know, she's welcome to it, man. Welcome to it. Ask yourself why your mind goes there, Vol, so frequently. There was one risky moment with the radiation that you needed to clip... That you needed to chip at the oil refinery. Oh, yeah. That was cool. That was funny. Alright, I wanted to leave this running just for a moment. Let's see... see where we're at. That's okay being 60, right? Because this is 120. It just looks like... It should be 80 on the belt, I guess. So 120 comes in, it splits to a Mark I, which can only take 60. When that belt stops, like it's done right now, the rest is going forward. So that should make the belt 80. Okay. Yep. So that little block there where there's more of them, that should be what it needs to just get back to that 100%. We should check now and see how many... Oh, I did say people are asking how many tickets I make per minute. We could also just see real quick how many we've made. Oh, 2,246 fused frames per minute. And then we have 2,338. That's... Yep, that's pretty much... Well, it's surprisingly... Oh, yeah, well, it's not that surprising because they weren't running at 100%. There should be probably another 700 in this one. It's almost full. Alright, we can set this up one more time. And just create some tickets, some fat stacks. There they go. Have I played Red Dead Redemption 2? I did, yeah. I played about half of it. I didn't actually like it that much. I thought it was really good, but like just too repetitive for me. It's funny coming from a game like this, but there's only so much like horse riding I need to do before I'm like, I'm good. And I honestly didn't really think the story was all that good, so that's one of my bad gamer takes. I have a few bad gamer takes that I don't like to talk about. That's one of them. The take on it would be, to me, it's like an 8 out of 10. You know, it's not 10. It's like an 8. Anyway, you excited for the next update? Oh yeah, I can't wait for Unreal Engine 5 and Lumen, and just seeing. I believe we'll get some performance improvements. Like I believe them when they say that, and the lighting, especially for Lumen, should be really good. I can't really remember what's coming in terms of the content of the update, thinking about it, rather than just the engine change, but I'm guessing there'll be things in there that's new. Is there? But yep, some of my other favorite series from back in the day, like I used to play, I'm a big PlayStation fan, so I used to love playing Little Big Planet. I'm a big Metal Gear Solid fan. Like I've played all the games, I know them all really intimately. Final Fantasy, big fan of that. I'm not really looking forward to the new one. I'm more of the old school Final Fantasy, like turn-based would be more my thing. But still liked, yeah, 15 was okay, I guess. I never really played 13. What am I doing, syncing them? Gift them to me? Just watching my numbers go up. So what are we making now? So that was before we were making 240,000 per minute. Now we're making 16 million per minute. Obviously just for the brief amount of time we have them. We're just draining the things right now. Yeah, it all seems to be working well, and we've got lots of nitrogen gas left over as well. Oh yeah, the nudge. How could I forget? Of course. I meant like I suppose that is the thing. I meant like content, like as in any new recipes or new machines or anything like that. I don't know if they ever plan on adding any more at all. I'm sure maybe for 1.0 you get some new stuff. But you're right though, it doesn't even matter because nudge and those quality of life improvements for the blueprint and stuff, really, really, really good. Like that is such a game changer. You should be able to play through the game way quicker now, just generally speaking. I'm trying to think of this. I used to play, oh yeah, Killzone, Resistance, Motorstorm, Wipeout. These are games that I just absolutely loved. Played all of them, like not just one, but 1, 2, 3, if they had trilogies. Infamous, used to get the platinum for all of these games. Given you enjoy story-driven games such as Teely, I thought Red Dead would be right up your alley. Yeah, I don't know, it just wasn't. I really liked Red Dead, the first game. I really liked it. I just didn't really find Arthur Morgan or his posse or the story like that engaging. I kind of felt the same about GTA 5. But GTA 4 and 3, Vice City, San Andreas, and GTA 4, loved it. Loved the story, thought it was interesting and everything, but I just wasn't that interested or compelled to know more about it. I don't know. Because I really like the first one. John Marston, I think, is way cooler and much more interesting. I think Arthur Morgan's probably more realistic in terms of a person. But yeah, just, I don't know, just didn't really like Butch, or whatever his name, sorry, Dutch. Just, I don't know, just didn't jive with me. Maybe it would if I played it again. But I got about halfway through the game, and then for whatever reason, something else just caught my attention and played it. I played that instead. Oh, you felt that way about God of War? I see, I loved God of War. God of War I got 100% in, and just Ragnarok as well recently. I loved it. The first one I probably, 2018, I loved probably more, personally speaking. But yeah, these are nearly empty now. But yeah, I love those games. Well, to be honest, it's not the story that carries me in God of War. Loads of people like say that about God of War, and I'm sure the story is fine. The voice acting is good. But it's the gameplay that hooks me for that game. Have you played Transformers Fall of Cybertron? No. I have heard of it though. Yeah, I do. Fallen Order and Survivor are on my to-do list. I will get to them for sure. I'll probably play Fallen Order really soon. I just never did. Hey, Buggy Stick. Thank you very much for becoming a caster. Thank you very much. I recently visited Rome. Went to the site where Caesar died. Let out a little tear. Alright, we're coming close to 500. Right, I think I'll probably call it there. I think that's basically it for this. It does seem like that's probably the last issue. Like, the place is running almost flawlessly. There was just that 1 or 2% productivity hiccups that were bugging me. But it looks like the modular frame issue's probably fixed. Obviously, once these get running again properly, then I'll know if we're lacking something else, but it looks like it's coming up. Looks like it's coming up. Which means this place is going to be making 16 fused frames per minute, and then an additional 20 heavy modular frames per minute that we get as a byproduct. What I'll do in between episodes now, before the next one, is probably just put the rest of the walls on. I'll go through it a bit quicker now. I have the idea for the shape. And, yeah, I think in future streams, I'll just try to be even more prepared. Like, I kind of just wanted to get stuff going today. But in the future, maybe I'll have, like, a bit more of an idea of the floor plan, and then I can do the architecture a bit quicker. Without as much going back and forth. But it's cool to just sit around and hang around and chat with you guys. I have played Cyberpunk. Yeah, I really liked Cyberpunk. I played it a year after it came out. I thought it was great. I loved it. And I got 100% in that game as well. I played that on PC, though. I'm looking forward to the Phantom Liberty. I probably will play that when it comes out. I still have the game installed from when I played it last. See if I can make this jump. Ah. Alright. It actually made the characters canon. Just like being a badass. In God of War, I just found the combat to be really, really good. Like, it's just super satisfying combat. And then when it was, you got to fight the Berserkers and the Valkyrie Queen and all this, I'm like, oh, this is so fun. And it just felt like, to me, there's so many abilities in the game. Like, you get a new shield, and it's not just a stat increase, like it is, but it also gives you some sort of new skill or upgrade that you can do. Like, so Kratos will do a maneuver that you couldn't otherwise previously do. Just beat the first 4 Ratchet and Clanks. Oh wow, I beat the one that came out in 2018. Never platinumed it actually, and I want to get that Rift Apart one now that I've got a PS5. So, are you going to do that item that can be added to this factory real easy next? No. So actually, one last thing I'll do before I wrap up this stream. We're gonna take a train down to, yeah, leave these. I'll get these crates later. Take a train down to the milestone thing, and we'll have a look at the next milestones that I need to do. So my oscillator factory is no longer running because I cut off the computer factory. So I need to do a computer factory next, but it'll be a bigger build, a bigger computer plus supercomputer factory. So a bit more interesting that way. So once that's done, then it would be nice just to get batteries up and running so I can make drones. And then I can have a look at what I need to make. So I was saying in the previous video, I don't know what fused frames are for. When I play this game, I just don't look anything up online. Almost never. And I did this time because I was making fused frames and I was thinking, I actually just have no idea what they're for. Like, I just, no idea. I don't need them right now. And then it said something, I can't even remember what it's called. I think it was like a high pressure cube or something like that. And I was like, oh, okay. And it said that not many were needed. And I was like, oh, cool, I make 16 per minute. And I think you only needed like 1 or something to make 1, something like that. And I was like, oh, that's not bad at all. I can make quite a lot. That's the only instance where I've actually ever looked stuff up. But I can't look it up in game yet because I haven't hit the milestone. So I'll head down, we'll look at the 2 remaining milestones, and then it's just space elevator parts. So I'm getting close. We're getting close to the end. Hey, Dean. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. 3 p.m. UK time was when I decided to go live. Yeah, I must say, I'm not a big Star Wars fan. I used to like it a decent amount. My exposure to Star Wars was always through the games, not necessarily the films. I think I may have seen the prequels before I saw the originals, maybe. Or if I saw the originals, I just don't really remember them. And I've watched them since. Another bad take would be, like, I just don't think they're as good as everyone says they are. Maybe they, I'm sure for the 70s, I guess they were, or whatever. But, as a kid, I watched the prequels, and as a kid, I liked them, because I was a kid. And it was just cool, I guess, to see Darth Maul or something, but my real fandom with Star Wars began when I played Battlefront. And I just loved Battlefront. I thought it was so cool. It's like Battlefield, but like in Star Wars. And that's the game that really got me into Star Wars, I guess. And then from there, I remember buying like figurines and stuff and being quite into it. But I've just never really been that into the cinematic universe. My favorite Star Wars film is Rogue One. And I still have yet to see Andor and other things. People have mentioned that it's supposed to be quite good. So I'll get to it eventually, I guess. I forced myself to watch it all in chronological order. Oh, so episodes 1 through 9. Wow. I played Battlefront 2. Well, I played Battlefront 1 and 2 on PlayStation 2, and then Battlefront 1 and 2 on like modern, the newest ones. And I'm not a big fan. They look amazing, like incredible atmosphere in those games, but I'm just tragically turned off by the star card system and the way they've done it. And the progression of those games, it sucks, in my opinion. I just can't stand it, but it's such a beautiful game. It might be still one of the best looking games ever. Battlefront 2. And just to see that world realized that way, it really is incredible. Excuse me. But, yeah, I know the original games had this, but I just kind of wish that we had Battlefront 2, but no third person. I wish there was like servers where it was first person only, and it was more like Battlefield in terms of progression. Like, I just like the idea of choosing a class and being a team and working out like as a team what to do. Like, I'll be an engineer, I'll get the, you know, some sort of rocket launcher, and I'll try to take down vehicles. I don't want to unlock it with points. I don't want a card that's purple that says it's going to do more damage. None of that stuff appeals to me. I just want a class-based Battlefield game, but in Star Wars again. That's what the old games were, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. Right, so the next two things I've got in Tier 8, the only two left, and then the space elevator, is this. So we needed 50 fused frames, and so that's why I was doing a fused frame factory. So that's done, easily able to do that. Steel pipes is easy. So supercomputers will be next. That's why I need to get the computer factory back up and running. I was making supercomputers a little bit, but then, yeah, ultimately closed it down. So now we're going to make a fresh computer, high-speed connector, and supercomputer factory. And then it's stuff where I've like no idea what I'm even looking at now. So I've unlocked nuclear power, but I haven't made or done anything with these. Never even looked into it. I know that to make these, I needed a lot of heavy modular frames. So I was like, okay, well, I need a factory for that. So we've got that now. Oh yeah, and then I needed a factory for radio control units, and I've got that. So yeah, turbo motors, miners, thermal propulsion rockets. See, even looking here, I don't know what it takes to make these, so I'll find out eventually, I guess. And then particle enrichment. It was either the pressure conversion cube or it was the nuclear capacitor. One or the other required fused frames to actually just make them. And I remember thinking, like, I seem to be making a decent amount. I still have a lot of the map to explore as well, so I'll probably try to do nuclear power up in the desert or something. Just to be a bit different. I don't know, to go somewhere new. But yeah, we can kind of set this one as the next. That one's definitely a doable milestone. This one's much further out because I need to actually get working on nuclear stuff before I can do that. And the turbo motors and stuff. But yeah, should be fun. Milestone is now active. There's my oil train, my super long oil train. Alright, I think I will call it there in just a moment. I'll just catch any last remaining chat. My son finished Battlefront, he loves it. Vader! The new Battlefront 2 is fun, but riddled with, that's such a shame, riddled with hackers. Force Unleashed 1 and 2, yeah, they were great. I love those games too. I wish Satisfactory had a height indicator, so factories lined up without having to lay 3 kilometers of foundations first. That'd be interesting. It would be kind of interesting if you could see the coordinates of the grid while you're placing things. So you could see, like, it would, you know, imagine, I can't really do it while I'm looking, but imagine at the very top center of this foundation, it just said, like, 60 m, you know? It's like, oh, we're 60 meters from... on the world grid right now, and then you would just know where things are built relative to each other, because that was a struggle for me. My train line is actually a consistent height all across the map. I got kind of lucky with it, but it would have been good to know what height do I need to be able to kind of access everywhere I plan on doing that. There's one place where you see the train line goes up in a big ramp, but yeah, why not just unlock the milestones now? You have enough tickets to buy the parts. I'm saving the tickets for the statues. And, yeah, I even have all the parts. I don't want to do it now. I always unlock milestones in videos, the proper videos. So, obviously I can pop that in there, And I have 100 super... I think, maybe not 100. I think I've got like 50 at least. Up at my crystal oscillator factory, there's a bunch. And I could just even manually make them. Can't you make them yourself? I feel like you can just make them without even... Yeah, so I could even make them. So yeah, I'll be able to advance the milestone if I need to. What's just the... But the game is obviously about automation. So it's like, yeah, I could unlock the milestone, but then what? It's like, okay, I ticked the box. I'd rather like have all these being made, automated, And then when I unlock this, it's like, okay, now I can use all these components. Normally how this game works, it seems, is that when you unlock a milestone, the requirements it asks you to use are things that will be needed to make these components. So I could be wrong, but I'm guessing a turbo motor or a thermal propulsion rocket requires supercomputers, or at the very least requires fuse frames. One or the other. So it's like, well, you could unlock the milestone, but you're not going to be able to make these unless you automate these anyway. So you might as well automate them. I guess that's where I fall down on it. All right, that's going to have to be it. Let's turn off this music real quick. And by the way, thanks again for the support. It's really, really helpful. Amount of people who use some super chats and the gifted subs or channel memberships, I guess. Really appreciate it. Certainly makes the stream totally worth it. I'll be back. Bo show. But yeah, every Monday at the moment is the plan for Satisfactory streams. And of course, there'll be videos throughout the week too. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, it's been, and thanks Tom for the help with the corner thing. I turned the wave emoji black, and now I can't switch it back. So here you go. That's all right. Nothing wrong with that. You're all awesome. Thank you very much. Desert is awesome. Yeah, that'll be cool. You need some long pipes. We'll take a lot of copper. That's actually something I kind of need to do. I mean, there's a million things to do, but this is my only copper factory, and it's tiny. So it's about time I build a bigger one. I think we'll need to when you need that copper dust or whatever it's called, copper powder. So no doubt we're going to be finding more copper nodes on the map and doing more with them. Ideally in different places though. Down here for a long time. And then we'll have to get these things up and running. Find more sulfur on the map as well. Hey, the train's coming back already. That was quick. Yeah, you can see like it actually carries some oil back because not all of it's been fully used. There's room for more fuel power if I really need it before we get to nuclear. Almost going to collide with that thing. Yeah, it did. Alright, that's going to have to be it. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks for letting me eat my chips and for being nice to Rosie when she came on. For me, I'll be back on Monday, but look out for videos throughout the week, and thanks for everything again. Goodbye.